Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the August 25th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm your District 4 Commissioner and Presiding Officer, Shakira Johnson. Thank you for being here with us today. We do have a long agenda, so please bear with us. If we are running out of printed agendas, there is a QR code outside that front door that you can scan and get the agenda on your phone. Before we move into the inspirational, I did want to take a moment to actually have a moment of silence. We've had some passings in our community and some anniversaries of some passings in our community. I wanted to recognize the passing of our teacher here in DeKalb County, Mr. Derek Moore, who passed the other week, saving a life in Florida. We also have the anniversary of Mr. Gary Menard with the City of Decatur, and I know we have some Decatur firemen with us here today, I believe. And then we have also recently had some members of the BOC family who have had passings in their family as well, so we want to take a moment to pause for them. And then we just had the anniversary of the passing of Officer Rose, and Master Firefighter Fant's anniversary is coming up soon. So at this time, if we could just take a moment to pause and reflect on the losses that we have experienced in DeKalb County, let's take that moment now. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. So now we will move into our normal agenda. We will start with our inspirational speaker, Miss Lauren Faison, who is the District 3 intern. If you will come to this front podium, there she is, ma'am, and I will read an introduction for you. Ms. Faison serves as Commissioner Nicole Messiah's District 3 intern. She is a driven professional, passionate about project management, leadership, service, and personal growth. She holds a bachelor's degree in sociology and is pursuing a master's degree in project management with experience in administration, project coordination, and government operations. She is committed to excellence and continuous development. Lauren began singing at the age of 5 with the encouragement of her parents. Her gift has allowed her to sing galas and alongside artists including the Anointed Pace Sisters and Kiara Shard. Through both her career and music, Lauren strives to inspire others, serve with purpose, and become the person God has called her to be. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to take the time to thank Commissioner Messiah and the Board of Commissioners for allowing me the opportunity to stand before you all. Typically, you all will have an inspirational speaker, but this morning I will be rendering you all a short inspirational song. I hope you guys enjoy. Lord, I will lift mine eyes to the hills, knowing my help is coming from you. Your peace you'll give me in time of the storm. You are the source of my strength. You are the strength of my life. I lift my hands in total praise to you. Amen. 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 Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know about y'all, but I needed that this morning.
Amen. Yes.
Amen.
Yes, all the foolishness.
So now we will have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Ted Terry, and then we will go to the floor for our presentations and proclamations.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, if you'll join me on the floor. Good morning, everybody. So I will be presenting the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation on behalf of Madam CEO, and I believe we have our Deputy Director from the Mexican Council here. So if everyone who was here for this Hispanic Heritage Month would like to start making your way forward. And I will start our remarks. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of DeKalb County CEO Lorraine Cochran Johnson, welcome and thank you for joining us as we recognize the extraordinary contributions of DeKalb County's Hispanic and Latino communities. Although National Hispanic Heritage Month officially begins September 15th, Madam CEO wanted to take this opportunity to celebrate a little early and recognize the community leaders and partners who helped make DeKalb County such a bright, vibrant, and welcoming place. Today, we also honor Mexican Council Rafael La Vega for his outstanding leadership and partnership with DeKalb County. We are pleased to welcome Deputy Council General Oswaldo A. Canto, who will accept this proclamation on the Council's behalf. We also extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, Veronica Maldonado Torres, Carlos Pagoga, I know I messed that one up, I'm sorry. Hilda Abbott, Alberto Soto, Erica Loelsa, representing Gabriel Matute, Eli Velez, representing Santiago Marquez, and Stephanie Correz of Los Vecinos, the Buford Highway. CEO Cochran Johnson extends her sincere appreciation for your work to support families, create opportunity, strengthen local businesses, and build meaningful connections across our communities. Our Hispanic and Latino residents are an essential part of DeKalb County's identity and future. Their contributions continue to enrich our neighborhoods, strengthen our economy, and shape the county we are building together. As CEO Cochran Johnson often reminds us, we cannot reimagine DeKalb without recognizing and celebrating the people who make DeKalb extraordinary. On her behalf, it is my privilege to present this proclamation recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month and the invaluable contributions of Hispanic and Latino communities. We are also excited to announce the Hispanic Heritage Month kickoff reception is September 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Porter Sanford, honoring Mexican artist Miguel Milo, who will be celebrating art, culture, and community. Madam Clerk, if you will read the proclamation.
Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is an annual celebration of the history and culture of the U.S. Hispanic and Latino communities. Hispanic Heritage Month 2026 is observed from Tuesday, September 15th through Thursday, October 15th. This event commemorates the ways these communities have influenced and contributed to society at large. Whereas DeKalb County is home to a vibrant and diverse Hispanic and Latino community whose rich cultures, traditions, languages, and histories have strengthened the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our county. And whereas residents of Mexican origin constitute one of the most significant and long-standing Hispanic and Latino communities in DeKalb County, contributing to the county's cultural vibrancy, entrepreneurial landscape, and economic growth through a thriving community of Hispanic and Latino-owned businesses throughout the county. And whereas DeKalb County proudly recognizes the leadership and diplomatic service of Mexican Consul Rafael La Vega, whose work strengthens cultural exchange, community trust, economic development, and access to consular services, along with collaboration between DeKalb County and the Consulate of Mexico in Atlanta. And whereas the Mexican Consulate has consistently partnered with DeKalb County to enhance cultural programming, advance Hispanic and Latino entrepreneurship, and broaden community engagement, thereby demonstrating a shared commitment to the well-being and prosperity of DeKalb's diverse population. And whereas all residences, businesses, schools, community organizations, and visitors are encouraged to join in celebrating the heritage, history, achievements, and lasting contributions contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans, and to reaffirm our shared commitment to opportunity, respect, and the strength of our diverse community. Now, therefore, I, Lorraine Cochran Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer on behalf of DeKalb County, Georgia, together with the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners, hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2026, as Hispanic Heritage Month in DeKalb County, Georgia, and recognize Mexican Consul Rafael La Vega for outstanding diplomatic services, cultural leadership, and an enduring partnership with DeKalb County. Further, on behalf of our nearly 780,000 residents, we express our deepest appreciation to the Hispanic and Latino communities whose heritage, history, and contributions continue to enrich and strengthen the fabric of DeKalb County, proclaimed this 25th day of August, 2026.
Thank you very much. Not much else to be said. Everything is here. Everything has been read. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And on behalf of a lot of people, as you can see, I'm honored to receive this proclamation. I believe the contributions of the Latino and Hispanic community to the state of Georgia and to the DeKalb County are enormous, and we feel very proud to be noticed. And once again, if you allow me, on behalf of all my friends standing behind me, thank you very much for this award. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you very much once again. Have a nice day.
So you can sit down and we can help bring you back up and we can give you a look. Okay. We'll do the next one. Thank you so much.
Good to see you too. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for coming today. We appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. Good to see you again.
Great morning, everyone. It is indeed a great morning. During National Black Business Month, we had an opportunity not only to celebrate businesses, but the people behind them, the people who took a chance, stepped out on faith, created opportunities, and then reached back to help others. Again, great morning. I have the pleasure to serve as your DeKalb County Commissioner, District 3. And I am here to celebrate Dr. Valencia Val, Prince Littleton, because she is one of those people that created opportunities here in DeKalb County. Listen to this. For decades, Dr. Littleton has been an entrepreneur, an advocate, and a servant to this community. She has built businesses, helped owners facing foreclosure, fed families, provided toys to the children, and used her own experiences to advocate for others. She has consistently used what she has built to strengthen families and to give back again to the communities around her. This is the kind of entrepreneurship we want to recognize in DeKalb County. Businesses that create opportunity, leaders who invest in their neighborhoods, and people who show the next generation what is possible. And sometimes we all need to see what is possible. She already on her way down here. She's always a diva. I absolutely love my girl here. I love it. Yes. Go on, come around. Mm-hmm. Today, it is my privilege to recognize Dr. Valencia Val Price Littleton as a beacon of excellence during National Black Business Month, and to thank her for the many years of leadership and service to DeKalb County and District 3 and Memorial Drive and all throughout. And I'm going to tell y'all, those turnip greens are something. You got to go have them if you haven't. Miss Val, congratulations. And thank you for continuing to serve our community. Madam Clerk, could you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Dr. Valencia Val Price Littleton is a fourth-generation Atlanta native whose life and career reflect a deep commitment to faith, entrepreneurship, service, and the empowerment of others. And whereas a graduate of Southwest High School and Fort Valley State College, now Fort Valley State University, Dr. Littleton built a successful career in corporate America before stepping out on faith in 1997 to pursue entrepreneurship and create opportunities for herself, her family, and her community. And whereas Dr. Littleton has demonstrated the spirit of Black entrepreneurship through several successful ventures, including Price Littleton and Associates, Medea's Soul Food, and Talk of the Town Soul Food, establishing herself as a businesswoman, community leader, and role model for aspiring entrepreneurs. And whereas Dr. Littleton founded ACCS Advocates in 2010 and used her knowledge and experience to help thousands of homeowners facing financial hardship and possible foreclosure, working to help families preserve their homes, financial stability, and a critical part of the American dream. And whereas her commitment to DeKalb County extends far beyond business, as she has devoted decades to serving families and children through faith-based outreach, holiday assistance, and annual turkey giveaway that has distributed an estimated 2,000 turkeys, and a toy drive spanning more than 2 decades. And Dr. Littleton continues to use her life experiences to serve others, including becoming an advocate for Alzheimer's awareness after caring for her mother for nearly 5 years. And Dr. Valencia Val Price Littleton embodies that tradition of excellence through her entrepreneurship spirit, her commitment to DeKalb County, and her unwavering belief that success carries with it a responsibility to lift others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Commissioner Nicole Messiah, and the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners and its more than 780,000 citizens do hereby recognize Dr. Val Price Littleton for her outstanding contributions to DeKalb County, her decades of service to families and communities, and her example as a Black entrepreneur, community role model, and beacon of excellence during National Black Business Month, proclaimed this 25th day of August, 2026.
And I want to welcome the family and friends of Miss Val, as I call her, to come up front and come celebrate this moment along with her, please.
Wow, good morning, good morning, good morning. I give honor to God, who's the head of my life, to this great county, to this great Board of Commissioners, and our wonderful CEO of this county, the Honorable, I said the Honorable Lorraine Cochran Johnson. To my family here, my friends, it's an honor to stand before you. I give honor to our previous commissioners, the oldest one living, Commissioner John Evans, Bishop, who's behind me, Greg Adams and his beautiful wife. And y'all know, everybody know me, know I'm a diehard Larry Johnson. my leader, my son, my daughter, my husband, my pastor. To each of you here, I'm just a servant in the community trying to do better. I promise to continue to serve this great county. And I just can't thank you enough, Commissioner Messiah. Where are you? I love you. And my sister. I love you, darling. I love you. God bless each of you. Thank you very kindly, and my pastor is standing back there with video.
Hold that, we're going to take a picture.
Hold my phone. Make the turn.
Deputy Counsel, if you'd like to come back up, I'd love to give you a pen as well. Lauren, if you'd like to come up and get your pen as well. All right, thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, if you'll read in the rules for comments from the public.
Yes, ma'am. The purpose of public comment is to allow the public to voice county-related requests, concerns, or opinions during the commission meeting. Speakers will only have the opportunity for one public comment per meeting. Each speaker must please complete a speaker card and present it to the clerk before the beginning of the public comment portion of the meeting. Cards turn into the clerk from the time the general meeting is convened, generally 9 a.m., and by the beginning of public comment portion, generally following presentations on the agenda. The clerk will accept cards on a first-come, first-served basis. Prior to the clerk's call for public comment, speakers who are residents of DeKalb County shall be allowed to speak before residents of other counties are allowed to speak. Speakers will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, and public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes in length. When the buzzer sounds to indicate that time has run out, the speaker will be expected to immediately cease speaking and to yield the podium. Those who submitted speaker cards but did not speak because of the time allotment will be allowed to speak first at the next regularly scheduled commission meeting without regard to residents. Speakers should always talk directly into the microphone and begin by stating their name, full address, and the name of any organization they represent. Abusive, profane, or derogatory language, holding up signs, clapping, yelling, standing, or laying in the aisles to show support for or opposition to a speaker will not be permitted. But a show of hands or quietly standing in place will be permitted to show support for or opposition to a speaker's position.
Thank you, ma'am. Did we have speakers left over from the last meeting?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Thank you.
Ronnie Mayer.
Mr. Mayor, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ronnie Mayer, 2653 Reading Road in the city of Brookhaven. I woke up this morning at 5 o'clock, watched the news, and there's my hero, Ted Terry. I like your bougie shoes today, buddy, but if you're going to be a commissioner, you got to wear some bougie shoes instead of them ratted little tennis shoes. I think we have more issues in our county to worry about, blowers or electric, so let's talk about that before you start voting on stuff. I got issues. I was so frustrated last week, but let's don't talk about it now. We have the unhoused in our county. There's a building at 85 and 285, the old hotel. This county needs to do whatever it can to acquire that building. We could have the medical offices in the basement, psychiatrists, psychologists. It's on the bus line. It's near the grocery store. It would work so beautiful. Michelle Spears, our lovely commissioner for the Brookhaven Chamblee area, I have questions with the unhoused every day, and I call her on her cell and I bug heck out of her. But she has helped me for the many times. I want this county, commissioners, y'all talking, not listening to me. We have been paying on a library bond for 25 years. This is the last year we're paying on it. We still don't have a new library in Brookhaven. Somebody has stolen my $6 million. We want it at what we call where the VA hospital used to be. They did a straw, like a vote on it, but the reason the people voted against it, having it at what we call the dog park, is they didn't want the city manager from the city of Brookhaven to have his hands on the old building. The EPA, the county can't afford to do the development of that old library. And we'd have to close it for a year and a half as we build it. If we build a new one at a park, it will work. have a library at a park, walk outside, read your book. I was planning on reading books 25 years ago to my kids. Now my kids are having kids. 25 years we've been paying on this bond. Guys, y'all got to wake up. Get your head out of the sand and let's get this thing done. Let's get this new, y'all are planning on doing a fire station at Johnson's Ferry in Ashford Dunwoody. Let's get this done. And this thing with these cameras, Flox cameras, I want to be on one of those boards. We have a lot of people that don't really want them, but if somebody in their family gets raped or shot or murdered, they're going to call police immediately and say, look on your cameras and tell me who killed somebody. So we need to keep those cameras in DeKalb.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Rosalind McIntyre.
Ms. McIntyre, good morning.
Good morning. Rosalind McIntyre, DeKalb County. Board of Commissioner members, the citizens of DeKalb County demand that you honor, and I quote, that is, governing authority of DeKalb County is tasked with protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of DeKalb County, Georgia. Be very clear about this. DeKalb citizens want a data center text amendment, specifically one that protects the health, safety, and general welfare of DeKalb citizens. We want a text amendment that is written using data gleaned from a professional health and environmental impact study. A major reason the previous text amendments failed citizen approval was because they appeared to be written to support specific vendors, not for the health, safety, and general welfare of DeKalb citizens. We implore you to approve and fund an independent third-party data center health and environmental impact study only in the areas in which the proposed data centers will be constructed, not a general study that includes all of DeKalb County, which would dilute and skew the results of the communities that will be affected. The moratorium was extended to March 30th, 2027 to provide sufficient time to allow for further study to gain factual information to write an appropriate text amendment. Communities who sought legal action after the fact to protect public health from AI data centers include Lowell, Massachusetts. The court issued a stay to halt the installation of massive industrial diesel backup generators. Canton, Mississippi. An Amazon AI data center opened, and residents quickly reported acute lung irritation, respiratory distress, and pervasive construction dust. The public outrage triggered a class action lawsuit alleging Clean Water Act violations. Memphis, Tennessee. The EPA stepped in against the XAI facility because of toxic air caused by methane gas turbines. An increase in health problems and deaths. Memphis city officials commissioned an independent laboratory study. We are asking the DeKalb Board of Commissioners to be proactive in ordering an independent third-party health and environmental impact study during this moratorium to get the data and information that should be employed to guide their decisions, and to write an appropriate text amendment that will protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of DeKalb County, a task the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners has been sworn to provide the people whom they represent and serve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lane Flynn.
Lane Flynn. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lane Flynn, and I live at 3127 Bolero Drive, Commission District 1, Super Commission District 7. I'm here today with one simple request: end the flock contract. This contract was put in place with zero public input or comment. Since we weren't asked in advance, I'll share our opinion now. We hate the surveillance networks. It's easy to prove. Just look at any article anywhere talking about flock. You'll see it gets hundreds, thousands of comments. They're virtually all negative. Why? Because contrary to flock marketing claims, the system absolutely does track everybody. That is its basic design. Anyone in this room who drives by a flock vehicle camera will have their vehicle recorded and logged, and anyone who walks by a flock condor camera will be recorded and logged themselves. It's not just one scan, but the fact that this info is then uploaded to a Flock AI database, which maintains a comprehensive record of everywhere you've gone and when and even who you're with. This isn't just a snapshot in time. It's hundreds of scans per month. creating a comprehensive, constantly updated map of your entire life, accessible at any time by anyone with access to the system. We know for a fact the system tracks innocent people because dozens, if not hundreds, of police officers nationwide have been caught using the system to track innocent people. As I'm sure you all know, just a few weeks ago, 8 DeKalb officers were caught illicitly using the system. The week before that, it was a sheriff's deputy. Macon, Savannah, Habersham, Brazelton, all over Georgia in the U.S., the abuses are nonstop and they're only increasing. And it's not just illegal searches. Numerous innocent people have been dragged out of their cars at gunpoint or even jailed because Flock made mistakes. It's been used to target people for their political beliefs, which is terrifying because DeKalb has deployed mobile Flock units to political protests. A whistleblower who used to work for Flock has documented that surveillance data has been shared with ICE for immigration enforcement, even from departments that didn't agree to that sharing. The misuse of this dangerous and unregulated system is perhaps going to be the biggest police scandal in U.S. history, if it's not already. DeKalb, frankly, can't afford to lose any officers, and I'm not here because I want them fired. I'm pro-police. Instead, I want to see this system shut down, not just to protect our citizens, but to avoid the obvious temptation for otherwise good cops to commit serious crimes just because we've made it incredibly easy for them to do so. Oh, and on top of all that, FBI stats show that over the past 4 years, when Atlanta installed more Flock cameras than anywhere else in the world, crime didn't even fall. In fact, it rose in some categories. Flock wants you to focus on anecdotes, but serious policy has to be based on data, and the data show that Flock isn't even helping solve crimes. Over 100 municipalities have ended their Flock contract after seeing for themselves the level of abuse, the lack of impact on crime statistics, and the massive public opposition. I'm just asking the commission to do what all those cities and towns have already done, listen to their citizens, protect both the public and the officers of DeKalb, and terminate the Flock contract.
Thank you.
Lee Taylor. Lee Taylor.
Lee Taylor, are you here? All right, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lee Taylor. I'm at 1865 Mercedes Court, and I'm here as a member of the Greater Towers Community Association. First things first, there are grants, I understand. They might be for beautification. One says it's urban area security initiative, another for high-intensity drug trafficking. If you could just take the microcosm of Greater Towers Community Association in 30032, if you want to apply some grant money and see it at work with good stewardship, initiative, and some empowerment behind it, it's a good place to start. And this kind of got the idea in my head was when I first heard in January this year something called the Glenwood Sweep. And I heard about it. It sounded like it could be done as a multi-departmental, amazing effort to put rules and standards in place that could be enforced over a period of time. Sounded good. But as I understand here in August, there is no such thing right now as an active initiative for a Glenwood Sweep. So why a Glenwood Sweep? Well, if it can be done empathetically for the people involved and done with some rules and standards for the commercial owners, it would seem like a really good place to start in DeKalb County, Glenwood. I'll bring it back to a street in Meadowdale, part of the Greater Towers Community Association. It's called Larkspur Terrace. It's 2 streets north of Glenwood. And over a period of the past few months, there's been so many cases of vandalism, so many cases of vagrancy, so many cases of squatting, so many cases of, gosh, we've had just terrible reckless driving on that one little street, including the loss of a mail carrier to a reckless driver on that street. Now, all that grant money and all that sounds like a good thing to put in place, and it might have stopped some crime. It might have stopped something. But at least start. Right? At least start and back up what you say you're going to do. So I want to end this with a little bit about the worst residential neighbor in the country. As a matter of fact, they're the worst residential neighbor in DeKalb County, and their name is Invitation Homes. In the past 2 years, they've sold over 400 houses in this county. They've sold off their inventory. They've gotten rid of it. And they did it in such a sloppy, disconnected way. They've just watched price go down. Their version of price discovery on a spreadsheet is the worst example of what neighbors are like. And if something could be done at your level to bring them into check, they've only got about 80 houses on the market left, and I think they want to get rid of it all here in this county. Let's do something about invitation homes and get them out of here as quick as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Kiana Moore.
Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning. My name is Kiana Jones Moore, resident of District 3, and I concur with the previous speaker regarding Invitation Homes. I happen to live in one of their homes, and I've lived in one of their homes since they were Excalibur homes, and they were the cause of a lot of houseless neighbors. Today, I have on 2 shirts, and the first one that I'm wearing on top is all about supporting our unhoused neighbors. Our unhoused neighbors need services, not shackles. They need community, not cages. And so I'm here to speak against the urban camping ordinance that has been introduced because it is reckless. It is compassionless. It's stupid. Because people who don't have a place to live, and make sure you get my good side, because all of me is good, Commissioner Messiah. How sophomoric and immature of you. However, as I stated, we need community and not cages. The services that we offer here in DeKalb County are not comprehensive enough to make sure that we completely remedy our issue of unhoused individuals. We are making some strides. We need to do more. We need to really look holistically at how it is that we work with compassion, with sympathy, with empathy, with people who don't have a place to live. Deciding to piggyback off of useless legislation introduced by the city of Atlanta because they want to capitulate to Trump is not governance, it's not legislation, it's not helpful for the community. Perhaps if you had taken the time to really talk to people about issues of houselessness, what drives it, look at the root causes, and think about getting resources into communities that don't leave people without a home. You could have been doing that before you decided to do your, what's that, notes with Nicole? I got a note for you, Nicole. It would have been so much more helpful if you had come along during the count that happens early in the year when we go to hot spots where unhoused people are, because you wasn't there. I was, though. You didn't know what people were dealing with. Maybe you're too busy glad-handing and giving out money right now at the end to look good before the end of your term. But this just wasn't it. And I hate it to be a personal attack on you, because it's not an attack on you as a person, it's about you as a commissioner who is supposed to represent people, because a lot of the people who are unhoused are right in District 3. It's disappointing and it's sad, and we want to see more, we want to see better. Without trying to deflect, put something on somebody else, talk about the deferral, you introduced it, and it just wasn't okay.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Jan Dunaway.
Ms. Dunaway, I believe she's not here today. She sent an email telling us she wouldn't be here, so the next speaker.
Hannah Davis.
Hannah Davis. Oh, we're still on from last meeting, right? Okay. All right. I don't see Ms. Davis.
Regina Roberts.
Regina Roberts. Do not see them.
Stephen Benny.
Mr. Benny, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Not so many years ago, an evil black-hearted hawk flew over DeKalb County and left a dark, dark shadow over all of us. King Thurman welcomed the hawk, listened to the hawk, and made a land swap deal with the black-hearted hawk. After the land swap, the shadow was going to add more studio boxes to the land. But then the movie industry faded away, and in 2023, Shadowbox Studios decided they wanted to build a data center instead without filing an official zoning request. They talked with planning about classifying data centers under communication use. They sent lobbyists from Texas to talk to 2 DeKalb County commissioners about how they could get this done. Without permission, they started building their data center and now have filed a $30 million lawsuit to bully DeKalb County into letting them do so. How did this happen? As always, let's follow the money. On March 31st, 2025, Shadowbox Studio gave a $1,000 contribution to Commissioner Robert Patrick. The address given for the donation was 335 Eppington Drive. Remember this address. It will not be the last time you hear it. On February 26, 2025, and Mr. John Bean from 335 Eppington Drive made a $3,300 contribution to Mr. Patrick's campaign fund. Mr. Bean also made a contribution of $3,300 on January 26, 2023, and a person named Julia Criswell from 335 Eppington Drive made an additional contribution of $3,300 also on June 26, 2023. That is $11,000 in less than 2 years. How much access does $11,000 allow someone? Shadowbox Studios is not even in your district. Eppington Drive Northwest is not even in DeKalb County. Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson received a $3,300 campaign contribution from a Mr. John Bean on May 20th, 2024. The address was 333 Eppington Drive. On May 22nd, 2024, an additional contribution of $258.32 was made by Mr. John Bean. How much access does $3,600 buy, or do you just work cheaper than Mr. Patrick? Is Shadowbox Studios in your district? How about Eppington Drive? Even Commissioner Nicole Messiah received a $3,300 campaign contribution from Mr. John Bean on October 8th, 2024, followed by a contribution of $1,800 on November 18th, 2024, by the same person for a total of $5,100. Seems as though Ms. Messiah was playing both sides of the data center game with our favorite racist con man Ryan Millsap and Shadowbox Studios. In total, that is nearly $20,000 that Shadowbox Studios has contributed to 3 DeKalb County commissioners. Did they do this out of the goodness of their heart?
Thank you,
I doubt
Mr.
it.
Benny.
Mrs. Mangum.
Say it again, Ms.
Mangum.
Gina
G.S.
Mangum.
Mangum.
Thank you.
Gina Mangum.
Good morning, Ms. Mangum.
Well, good morning. Most members of the Board of Commissioners quickly commented on the unanimous decision to deny the data center text amendment as proposed in June. The question is, what happens next? Thankfully, that's not a hard decision to make. Our presiding officer, Commissioner Shakira Johnson, stated, "I remain committed to working collaboratively toward policies that appropriately balance economic development, technological advancement, neighborhood preservation, infrastructure demands, and quality of life." Commissioner Long-Spears said, "This vote reflects a shared commitment to ensure that all decisions are guided by sound analysis, meaningful public input, and a clear understanding of the impacts of our communities." Commissioner Bolton wrote, "Denying the text amendment brings several important benefits: a stronger case for extending the moratorium, a clean slate to restart the process with transparency and meaningful community input, an opportunity to explore other options, allowing us to evaluate alternative approaches, gather additional data, and work collaboratively toward a framework that better aligns with community priorities." These are wonderful words, but actions speak louder than words. The data center moratorium has been extended until the end of next March based on the need for more studies, and that's a good thing. Now the path is clear. The PACS committee deferred a vote again on the health and environmental impact study because Commissioner Long-Spears was not present. Yet she made a strong case for approval at the last regular BOC meeting. Now, I respect the fact that you wanted to wait for her, but I believe she made her position clear at the last meeting. This item has been on the BOC agenda since last March. We have sent a list of providers to BOC Chief of Staff as requested. There is no reason for further delay. It's time for the VOC to commission the study. We must also defend the shadow box lawsuit to keep the moratorium in place. But when interviewed, Commissioner Messiah was already suggesting settlement. We say no. Defend the people, not the developers. Stand by your decisions and stand up for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jeremy Story.
Jeremy Story, are
This
you here?
begins our cards for today.
This is today's cards.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Mr. Story, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tony Washington, and I serve as the Fire Chief for the City of Decatur Fire Rescue Department. On behalf of the City of Decatur Mayor Tony Powers, we would like to thank you for honoring Captain Gary Menard this morning. Captain Menard represented compassion in its truest form. He led with kindness and treated everyone with respect and carried a deep concern for people, and he served those he served alongside. His legacy will live on with the continued support of Chief Melvin Carter, Director Fulham, the City of Decatur Fire Rescue, and the programs that we have served. We deeply miss Captain Menard, and I know he worked alongside of Commissioner Spears with the unhoused in several community programs. He truly reminded us that command presence wasn't only leadership, but it was being present and being there for everyone. And we truly appreciate you honoring him. He just celebrated, well, it would have been his birthday on last Tuesday. And we really, really miss him. And we deeply appreciate all the partnerships with DeKalb County and City of Decatur and honoring his memory and his legacy and his continued support as we continue to serve everyone in the communities of the City of Decatur and DeKalb County. Thank you so much.
Brenda Pace.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ms. Pace.
My name is Brenda Pace. I've been a citizen, taxpayer, whatever you want to call it, here in DeKalb County for 50 years. Proud of, sometimes, not often though, okay? Some of the things I want to address, I'm asking the commissioners and the CEO and anyone else to take a stop and look and listen, okay? Nothing is happening in South DeKalb outside of your Publix. Everybody knows about that, okay? We need to look at how code has to work with these businesses all up and down, Canada Road, Glenwood, Memorial, everywhere. They're pieces of nothing, okay? And the code just has to keep coming back, coming back. The courts are getting full with their dockets with the same thing over and over. We need to look at taking business license from these businesses and don't allow them to do businesses in DeKalb County, especially in South DeKalb, and then we can have some room and space to put something that would be a lot better economically in our community, okay? We need to do this immediately, okay? And I am pleading this case to DeKalb County and the CEO. Secondly, contractors. Contractors should not be getting contracts, and it's in the charter. If you haven't read the charter, and I'm sure some of you haven't, okay, read it. Because it says that anybody that gets a contract in DeKalb County is supposed to put 20% of the people that live in DeKalb County. You talk about the young men in our communities and the crime and everything. Well, you tell me I have to work at McDonald's, I probably do the same thing, okay, for that little money. And then when Georgia is only $7 per hour or less, okay? 5? Well, it still ain't, whatever, 7 isn't enough, okay? So we need to look at hiring, making these contractors hire and train some of our men to do this. It happened once when Burl Ellis was here, and I was the one who headed it, and it happened, and it worked. And I don't want to hear anybody else, because I've heard it from up above. CEO said it when I took it to her, saying, oh, no, that won't work. I said, why won't it work? And she said, because of the training. That's a crap, okay? That's an excuse. Storage. Landlords and renters and realtors need to be made to pay and put their tenants, whatever they're doing, in storage bins and not on our streets where it gets strolled everywhere. Then you're calling code and raising hell, okay? That's not a good thing at all, okay? So you need to look at that. Houston, they do that, and it's very clean there. You're not allowed to dump people's stuff on the street. That needs to be there. Secondly, somebody needs to look at the garbage collection again, sanitation.
Thank you, Ms. Pace, thank you.
I'll catch you next time. Thank you.
Akila
McDaniel, good morning.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners.
Good
Thank
morning.
you.
Thank you.
My name is Akila McDaniel, and I reside at 3823 Austin Park Lane in Decatur for more than 10 years. I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a resident, a housing stability professional, a public policy and real estate student, and someone with lived experience in housing instability. I respectfully ask the board to defer Ordinance 2026-0550 for substantial revision and collaborative stakeholder review. I recognize that the county has a legitimate responsibility to keep sidewalks, parks, businesses, and public infrastructure safe and accessible. However, we must distinguish between conduct that creates an actual public safety obstruction and the condition of having nowhere else to go. Through my work supporting families experiencing homelessness, my policy research, and my own lived experience, I have learned that homelessness is not simply a matter of refusing services. People often face shelter shortages, coordinated entry wait lists, documentation requirements, income verification barriers, limited affordable units, prior evictions, and landlords unwilling to accept available assistance. A warning and verbal offer of services are not meaningful protections if transportation, appropriate shelter, storages, or an actual housing pathway is unavailable. Refusing an option does not accommodate a family, their disability, an employment schedule, belongings, or other legitimate needs should not automatically place someone on a pathway towards arrest. The proposed ordinance raises serious implementation questions. What written protocol will govern enforcement? What qualifies as meaningful offer of services? How will the county verify that appropriate shelter is actually even available? How will personal property, identification, medication, and documents be protected and reclaimed? What agency will track these outcomes and ensure that people are being connected to services rather than merely displaced to another location? These questions matter because losing identification, court documents, medication, or contact with the case manager can make an already difficult housing placement even more challenging. The county's previously adopted policy called for diversion, coordinated assistance, wraparound services, and alternatives to arrest. This new ordinance should strengthen that commitment, not create vague and potentially contradictory enforcement practices. Before adoption, I asked the board to require written enforcement, property storage protocols, documented service capacity, measurable diversion outcomes, and direct participation from service provider and residents with lived experience. I will welcome the opportunity to participate in that stakeholder review process and contribute both my lived and professional experience. Please defer Ordinance 2026-0550 until those protections and accountability measures have clearly been established. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our last card is Natalie Keyser.
Natalie Keyser, there she is, good morning. Kaiser.
Good morning, Natalie Kaiser. I live in District 3. I'm a 12-year resident of DeKalb County. I'm here today representing House ATL and the DeKalb Housing Roundtable to similarly speak against the prior ordinance. Homelessness is a housing problem and not a failure of enforcement. Your prior resolution, we want to commend to approach homelessness through the Housing First approach and to work to develop a coordinated plan for the unhoused. Those are proven best practices. The current ordinance before you is not. It is inconsistent with that approach. Rents in DeKalb County have increased about 30% over the past 5 years, much faster than incomes have grown, which has resulted in more than 50% of DeKalb County renters being housing cost burdened. Research from the U.S. Government Accountability Office shows that for every $100 increase in rent results in a 9% increase in homelessness. To prevent homelessness, we need to stay focused on increasing housing opportunities and options. Arresting and jailing people who are homeless for trying to survive can worsen rather than solve unsheltered homelessness. Arrest records create barriers to housing. The arrest, as previously noted by the prior speaker, arrests also result in the loss of important identification documents, social security cards, medical prescriptions, and this also makes finding future housing very difficult. Jailing people for being homeless wastes taxpayer dollars. Public costs are incurred when law enforcement make the arrest, and costs grow as the individual is incarcerated. DeKalb County Sheriff Maddox has already told us that has already stated to the DeKalb County Commission that the jail is overcrowded, with few resources to address potential mental health and substance abuse issues. Tax funds are wasted without resulting in a long-term solution. The daily cost to house at the DeKalb County Jail is approximately $115 to $150, or a monthly cost of $3,450 to $4,500. This is less than the cost of a studio apartment in DeKalb County, which is approximately $1,400 to $1,500 a month. Once the person's time is served in jail, the individual is returned to the street, still unhoused, at a waste of taxpayer dollars. Nationally, the development of ordinances like this are being bankrolled by a tech billionaire named Joe Lonesdale, who created a think tank called the Cicero Institute. I think you should be aware that there are template ordinances being circulated around the country from the Cicero Institute. These ordinances encourage incarceration rather than housing and services. We should not be part of this handcuffs trend. I respectfully urge you to move forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That expends our time. Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a motion to extend public comment by 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like us to hit our buttons or show of hand? All in favor?
Sure.
How many more speakers, Madam Clerk?
Nine.
We have 9 speakers. 9.
15
We have
minutes.
a 42-page agenda. There's a motion and a second. The motion was 15 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor of 15 minutes? All opposed to 15 minutes? Is there an alternative motion?
Motion to extend public comment by 10 minutes.
We now have a motion for 10 minutes and seconded by Commissioner Long-Spears. Call the question. All in favor of extending public comment? That's 3. All opposed? That is 4.
Motion to extend public comment by 2 speakers.
Second.
2 speakers.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Substitute motion.
Motion to begin working on our 42-page agenda.
Second.
I have a comment.
Commissioner Terry, you've requested to speak. We have a substitute motion by Commissioner Patrick, seconded by Commissioner Messiah.
Yes,
You have
thank
the
you.
floor, sir.
I just want to recognize that we had So the issue with the limit of the public comment time is that not everyone gets to speak, and so then they get put to the next meeting. And then people who come to this meeting get delayed for the next meeting because of the previous speakers. We heard that. We had 4 or 5 speakers earlier that came at the last meeting. So at the very least, I think we should just catch up. So if we could just extend public comment, for a few this time, maybe a few more next time, maybe we'll get caught up. Maybe we need to amend our rules to allow a little more public comment. I'm aware of other jurisdictions that have unlimited comment, but others just recognize that sometimes people, especially in DeKalb, where our public comments are at 9 a.m., so some people probably got off work or maybe told their boss, I got something important to do this morning, so I can't come to work, or they have other responsibilities. So out of respect for our tax-paying citizens, our voters, the people who we represent, they came down here to talk to us for 3 minutes. We should give them a little extra time to do that. We only come down here once a week, right? All of us are paid by the people who are out there in the audience, and the least we could do is create some time for them to let us know what they're thinking. I think that's reasonable. So hopefully we can extend it just maybe a few more speakers. I think 2 is reasonable for now. We don't have enough votes for 15 minutes or 10 minutes, but if we can just get maybe 2 more speakers, I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Longspears.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. It was brought to my attention during public comment that we had a speaker who attended the last business meeting, submitted a card, and was not called today to speak. The error was discovered, and the clerk quickly responded and added the speaker to the list, so she did have an opportunity to speak. So just wanted to point out to the commissioners that I don't know if anybody else in the audience submitted a speaker card last meeting, and you didn't have the opportunity last meeting or this meeting to speak, but I do believe that's an issue that we need to address, because I think that this is our opportunity for the public to communicate their concerns, their priorities with this board. And to Commissioner Terry's point, we do only meet twice a month for a business meeting and offer that opportunity for public comment. Now, obviously, during zoning meetings, we also have public comment opportunities as well. But I do believe that this board does need to know that there was an error made, and a speaker from the last meeting was not called until we quickly discovered it during public comment today. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for resolving the issue and making sure this individual was able to speak. Yield back.
Thank you. I'm seeing no further requests to speak. The alternative motion by Commissioner Patrick was to not have, I'm going to kind of paraphrase, was to not have.
The motion, Madam Presiding Officer, was to begin our page agenda. That was the motion.
Seconded by, I think there was dueling seconds. So it was Marita Davis Johnson and Nicole Messiah. So let's call the question. Who is ready to start our business meeting? Who is against starting the business meeting? That's the motion, sir. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you so much.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'm requesting a point of privilege, please. And I can tell you why, and I will request that the Law Department please come forward.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. We had a DeKalb County employee today request to speak during public comment as her capacity as a resident, not as a staff member or an employee of the Board of Commissioners. I don't agree with the denial of her right to speak as a citizen of this community. So if our interim, for just a little longer, county attorney would please come forward and please opine on this. If you are not comfortable providing a full analysis and an opinion today, it is something I would request a memo on as well. But again, I fully believe that every single member of this community, whether you're an employee, current or past or future, of DeKalb County, is a resident and gets an opportunity to speak publicly to their decision makers.
Commissioner, we received the question, and we will provide an opinion.
Thank you very much. And can you do that before the next business meeting?
We will try to get it to you all before the next business meeting.
Fantastic, thank you.
Interim Attorney Phillips, I would also like to know who denied that request, because it did not come from the presiding officer, so I would like to know that. Thank you.
Received.
And
Commissioner,
would you want that publicly, or do you
I'm
want it-
fine with it public, because it didn't come from me.
It was your
If I
chief of
may,
staff, actually.
Did not come from me.
If I may, I'd like to help us.
Please.
I've received the request to look at public comment and participation by residents who happen to be employees and how it was denied today, the factual background, and Commissioner Spears expressly asked for an opinion about what our rules are on that. So we will address that for you privately in.
We can do it private or public, and then if we could also look at the card, and if she was speaking for herself or trying to circumvent a decision that was made earlier in the day, that would be great too. Thank you, Interim Attorney Phillips.
Received.
Commissioner Messiah, you have requested to speak. Are you conceded your time, Commissioner Long Spears?
Actually, I could just expand on that briefly. So just to give a little context around it, Captain Gary Menard is a personal, he passed away, but still is a personal friend of many of us in this room. And so many folks from Decatur came today to honor his memory. His birthday was last week, and we miss him dearly. He did so much for the unhoused, so much for the residents of the city of Decatur. We did have myself, who wanted a point of privilege. You did decline that, and that was fine. Prior to my requesting that, we did have an employee of DeKalb County who also wanted to honor his memory, and that was denied by a leadership member of the Board of Commissioners. Again, I fully state that every single resident of this county, whether you are currently working for the Board of Commissioners or not, should have the opportunity to address your leadership. And I just fundamentally disagree with this individual being denied the opportunity to express her thoughts, to express her sorrow over the loss of a valued member of our community. And I yield back.
Commissioner Messiah.
Thank you so much, Madam PO. I just want to say that we've had employees, past and present, that have even gotten a chance to speak today. Ms. Jones Moore, she is a past employee of DeKalb County and had an opportunity to speak today. So the idea that we don't allow, or leadership does not allow employees to speak is grossly false. Also, I will say that it makes it a little bit easier for us to get to our agenda and get to our work when there isn't political play where individuals send out emails, commissioners send out emails with false narratives without links to the agenda items, where people don't even sit and watch.
Point of order, this is not germane to this discussion.
It is very germane.
This is not germane. It has to
Actually,
do with the
I'm going to do
resident
a point of order. We are not even on an agenda item to have discussion at this moment. We just said we were not going to allow the public to speak, so why should I allow both of you commissioners to opine? So if we can please start our public hearing and get to the business of the county, which is what we are here to do today. Madam Clerk, if you'll please read in the instructions for the public hearing.
Citizens may speak for or against an item that is considered by law to be a zoning ordinance, and each side will have 10 minutes to present its case. Citizens may also speak for or against an item that is placed on the public hearing agenda, but is not a zoning ordinance. In that case, each side will have 5 minutes to present its case. In the event there is more than one speaker per side, speakers must divide their time in order to complete their full presentation within the 10-minute time allotment or the 5-minute time allotment. When the buzzer sounds to indicate that time has run out, the speaker will be expected to immediately cease speaking and to leave the podium area. Prior to speaking, a speaker shall complete a speaker card and present it when approaching the podium. If a speaker has any documents for the commissioners, the speaker shall provide 10 copies when approaching the podium. 7 copies are for the commissioners and the remaining copies are for the planning director, the county attorney, and the clerk. In all zoning, ordinance, and traffic calming cases, staff shall make their recommendation for action to the commission first, followed by applicants or citizens speaking in favor of the item. Applicants in zoning ordinance cases shall have the right to reserve time for rebuttal. Opponents of the zoning ordinance item shall have no right of rebuttal. For all other items placed on the public hearing agenda, applicants or citizens speaking in favor of the item shall speak first, followed by opponents of the item. Once the citizens have finished speaking, staff shall make a recommendation for action to the commission. At this point, citizens are no longer allowed to speak unless called to the podium by an individual commissioner to answer questions or provide information. Speakers should always talk directly to the microphone and begin by stating their name, address, and the name of any organization they represent. Abusive, profane, or derogatory language will not be permitted. Holding up signs, clapping, yelling, standing, or laying in the aisles to show support for or opposition to a speaker will not be permitted. But a show of hands or quietly standing in place will be permitted to show support for or opposition to a speaker's position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one item up for public hearing. I will read that one, and the next item is decision only, and at that time, I will pass the gavel. For the first item, it is 2026-0941, excuse me. All commission districts, home rule ordinance to amend the pension code of DeKalb County, Georgia, 1962, Georgia Laws 3088, as amended to add a death benefit for beneficiaries of certain plan participants who die in the line of duty as officers, employees, or deputies of DeKalb County on or after October 1st, 2026, to confirm that no participant can add, replace, or remove a designated joint annuitant after payment of pension benefits begins, and to provide for compliance with certain updates to federal tax law. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Presiding Officer. This would be the second reading and final adoption. And as you stated, Commissioner, this would cover all employees. They would become immediately eligible, their family members, in the event of a death of an employee who dies on the job in the course and scope of their employment. It also provides the maximum pension benefit for the beneficiary at the time of their death. It does not require 7-year vesting. That's important to know. As you mentioned, it also adds a provision where you cannot change a joint annuitant after you retire, and that is specifically related to funding requirements for the plan.
And staff recommendation?
Staff recommendation is to approve.
Thank you so much, and this is public hearing, so is there anyone in the audience who is here to speak in favor of this item? Is there anyone in the audience to speak in favor of this item? Seeing no one, is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? Anyone in opposition of this item? All right, Sir, if you will come back and give staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Recommendation to approve.
Thank you, Attorney Johnson.
Commissioners, I would just clarify, it's a motion to approve the June 15th, 2026 version on second reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Good as it.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. On behalf of the ERPS Committee, I do move to approve the June 15th version on the second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Future button. Commissioner Bolton, you have requested to speak. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I do just want to make sure we acknowledge, considering some of the comments that were made earlier today with respect to the Decatur Chief, Officer Rose, Firefighter Fant, those who were killed or did die in the line of duty. This ordinance, this new ordinance, was birthed out of some of those situations that had occurred this year, and we would be honored if To approve is to honor, but if the board would support moving this item forward as we honor those that were honored this morning during public comment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. I see no further requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. We have one abstention because Commissioner Davis Johnson cannot vote on pension items. Motion carries. Thank you so much. At this time, I will pass the gavel for the next item.
The next agenda item is a decision only 2026-0712, Commission Districts 4 and 7 application of Rooted in Christ Academy LLC, care of Chiquita Stokes, for a special land use permit for a child daycare facility for up to 6 children in the R100 Residential Medium Lot 100 zoning district at 6706 Princeton Park Trail. Great morning, Deputy Planner.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rachel Bragg, Deputy Director of Planning. So the applicant requests a SLUP to operate a daycare facility for up to 6 children within an existing single-family residence at 6706 Princeton Park Trail, which is zoned R100. The proposed use is limited in scale and is proposed within an existing single-family residence, and no expansion is proposed. However, the supplemental regulations regarding child daycare facilities within the zoning ordinance states that no child daycare facility shall be located within 1,000 feet of another child daycare facility, and staff has identified an existing child care facility within 300 feet of the subject property. Therefore, based on the submitted materials, interdepartmental comments, community meeting record, and staff's finding that the proposed facility does not comply with the separation requirements of section 27-4.2.19D, the Department of Planning recommends denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing as decision only, there's not a public hearing element to it, and we have a motion and a second.
The motion is for a full cycle deferral.
Second.
We have a proper first and second, and a request to speak by Commissioner Bolton.
Apologies, we'll just need to clarify that deferral because we're already out of the cycle. So in order for it to go, so a full cycle generally means you're going to Community Council, Planning Commission, and the Board of Commissioners, but the Community Councils for this cycle have already occurred. So it could go to and the Planning Commission is set for September 1st, so those staff reports and everything are already finalized.
So does it technically need to be
My question is related to that.
Okay.
And my question is, was Community Council and Planning Commission made aware of the 300 feet distance prior to their recommendation for approval?
So I think we found that additional facility after Community Council, but prior to Planning Commission. So Planning Commission was aware, Community Council was unaware.
And I'm sorry, really quickly, can we get a speaking time on the board just really briefly?
Well, I haven't been acknowledged yet to speak. I was just addressing what she was bringing up.
Just following Madam P.O.
But I may not need to once you respond.
You ready?
I think she was looking for the answer.
So yes, so both Community Council and Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. Community Council was unaware of the distance issue. Planning Commission was aware of the distance issue.
Okay. And one of the reasons I am supporting, and I understand what you said, but prior to what you said, one of the reasons I was supporting a full cycle is to get that feedback from Community Council, knowing that they were not made aware.
So you could, if you want to if you want some options, you could still send it back to Community Council. It would just be heard in October. So it would go to Community Council in October and then come back to you for a vote in November.
So then would that technically be a 2-cycle deferral?
I would rather just refer to it as as community council in October and board of commissioners in November.
I will take that friendly amendment to my motion.
Is your second still stand?
My second stands, and I still had a question. Another question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my other question was, and this has occurred before, I think on the same agenda, where there is a state-approved facility within that 1,000-foot difference or 1,000-foot radius, and because that happened with this application as well, I would like to take this time, since we have that deferral, to do some research to determine how they are state certified, but they are not approved through the county, and how that impacts our capacity to make a confirmatory decision based on that distance regulation in our code. Because that's a major determining factor for both this one and the other one, but I'd like us to get a little bit more information about how that has occurred.
Sure, we can absolutely do some additional research. I don't believe that the state requires local approval before they approve, essentially.
Okay, so with that being said, for me, the way our code reads, there might be a bit of ambiguity, because if they're not registered with the county, do we still consider them with respect to that 1,000-foot distance requirement?
Sure, so
because up to 3, you know, we wouldn't normally know they existed, and with these, we didn't initially know they existed because they're not registered with the county. It was happenstance.
So up to 3. Yeah, absolutely. We'll take your deferral recommendation and do some additional research and follow back up with you.
Okay, thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bolton. Are any other questions? No. Can we open the machines up for a vote, please?
October Community Council.
That motion passes. Pass the gavel back.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your assistance on that. That concludes our public hearing and zoning items. We're now top of page 4. There are no items under appeal, so we have a couple items under appointments not requiring board action and for information only from Board of Commissioners, item 2026-1240 from District 5, an item to record the appointment of Renee Kale to the DeKalb County Environmental Justice and Sustainability Resident Advisory Group as a District 5 appointee, appointed by Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson. And then from the Chief Executive Office, item 2026-1248, all commission districts record Chief Executive Officer Cochran Johnson's appointment of B.J. Kerr to the Environmental Justice and Sustainability Resident Review Group for a 4-year term. Under item F, appointments requiring board action, Chief Executive Office, item 2026-1127, excuse me. All commission districts appoint Shelley Bishop to post 2 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children Services.
Move for action.
Thank you. Top of page 5, item 2026-1128, all commission districts appoint April Moore to post 5 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children Services.
Move to action. Madam PO, I have a motion to approve agenda item ending in 1127 and that ending in 1128 as approved out of the PEX committee.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion carries. And then finally, item 2026-1196, all commission districts, appoint Boniface G. Eccles, Esquire, to post 4 of the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, or MARTA, Board of Directors.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? PWI item? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Seeing no requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion carries. Thank you. We are now on the consent agenda, and we do have one item we will be pulling, but are you ready, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer?
Yes, ma'am, ready.
All right. Under Airport, item 2026-1095, Commission District 1, Super District 6, standardized T hangar space lease agreement with Marvin Soleimani. There is no cost to the county.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1092, approval of minutes for the August 18th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Move for action.
Top of page 6, item 2026-1239, all commission districts propose confirmation of Cherry G. Phillips as the county attorney for DeKalb County.
Yay.
Move for action.
After we vote, then we're celebrating. Item 2026-0704, approval of minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting from August 11th, 2026.
Move for action.
And item 2026-1229, all commission districts easement abandonment required as a component of the settlement agreement related to Carolyn Roundtree versus DeKalb County, Georgia, civil action number 23CV3901, Superior Court of DeKalb County, as entered on March 12th, 2026.
Move for action, and with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I move to approve items 2026-1095, 2026-1092, 2026-1239, 0704, and 1229.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Seeing no requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. There are some people that need to be acknowledged. Law Department.
We do acknowledge that we see Attorney Phillips in our meetings all the time, and Attorney Welch and maybe Attorney Johnson, but we are well aware there's a full team supporting them behind the scenes, so it's great to see y'all today. Thank you.
And also our added counsel that come in and help us.
Yes, it takes a lot to support us. We appreciate that. So we did have one item we had to pull from the consent agenda, so I'll read that now. Item 2026-0731, approval of minutes of the Board of Commissioners zoning meeting of August 13th, 2026.
Madam Presiding Officer, I move to defer item 2026-0731 to the September 15th meeting.
Second.
If you'll hit your buttons for me. See no request to speak, please. Thank you. Voting is open. Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Davis Johnson. Thank you so much. That deferral carries. Thank you. We are now bottom of page 6 under preliminary items. Under Fire and Rescue Services, item 2026-1246, Commission Districts 2 and 6, intergovernmental agreement with the City of Brookhaven to enter into a 50-year lease agreement.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1247, Commission Districts 1, Super District 7, intergovernmental agreement with the City of Tucker to acquire a portion of land, lot 214 of approximately 1,200 square feet at 4345 Cowan Road for the sum of $58,000 paid to DeKalb County.
Move for action, and with that, Madam Presiding Officer, on behalf of the ERPS Committee, I do move to approve items 2026-1246 and 1247.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Longspears requests to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to acknowledge, and this pertains to item 2026-1246, again, our Public Safety Director, Fulham, as well as our awesome, relatively new Fire Chief, but not new to DeKalb County, Zach Williams, the City of Brookhaven, and also Mayor Park for entertaining this opportunity to put a fire station right there in front of Blackburn Park. That is a hotspot area for calls, and I truly am so hopeful that we'll be able. Point of order, please allow me to finish. Madam Presiding Officer.
Commissioners, we all need decorum today, please. Thank you.
I'm just
Commissioner Long
speaking.
Spears,
Thank you.
continue.
I have the floor.
Continue, please. You do have the floor.
Thank you. My clock was robbed of some time, so if I require extra time, please roll it back. All right, so again, I just want to thank all of the point of order. Thank
Please
you.
continue.
I want to again thank everybody who came together and recognized the need for a fire station in that area. I proudly represent the entire city of Brookhaven, a tiny itty-bitty portion of the city of Chamblee, and I really do hope that this is a solution to truly, at the end of the day, reduce response time and save lives. So thank you very much to our public safety folks, Mr. Williams, Brookhaven, Madam CEO, and everybody else that supported this. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Commissioner Bolton.
Thank you. And I just wanted to acknowledge for both items 1246 and 1247, both of these will be fire stations. Your SPLOST dollars at work in both Brookhaven and Tucker, so District Super 6 and Super 7. And just want to say thank you to the team for the work that you're doing. And the community is very excited. We've been receiving the emails, and they do acknowledge the work that all of you guys put in. So thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. I see no further requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion carries. We are now middle of page 7. This is purchasing and contracting items for the FAB Committee. Item 2026-1195, change order number 1 to contract number 2000413, augmented procurement staffing services for use by purchasing and contracting to obtain augmented procurement staff, seeking increase in contract funds and ratification of consent to assignment of contract to National Institute of Governmental Purchasing Incorporated, effective July 1st, 2026, awarded to National Institute of Governmental Purchasing Incorporated, amount not to exceed $800,384.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-1197, renewal of contract numbers 1386107, 1386108, uniforms for DeKalb County Marshal's Office for use by the Marshal's Office to obtain uniforms for personnel, exercising second renewal option with price increases through August 31st, 2027, and ratifying term increase awarded to Galls LLC and Dana Safety Supply Incorporated, total amount not to exceed $340,000.
And move for action. Motion to defer items 1195 and 1197 to the September 15th BOC, and they will be heard in the FAB Committee this afternoon.
Second.
If you'll hit your buttons, please. There we go. All right, thank you. I see no request to speak. Thank you. Motion carries. We are now purchasing and contracting for the Ops Committee, top of page 8. Item 2026-1167, cooperative agreement, technology solutions, products, and services for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain 3 years of managed security monitoring services for the county's network infrastructure, awarded to MGT Impact Solutions LLC, amount not to exceed $1,755,900.
Move for action.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2026-1172, cooperative agreement, technology solutions, products, and services for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain 3 years of advanced monitoring services for the county's network infrastructure, awarded to MGT Impact Solutions LLC, amount not to exceed $542,487.60.
Move for action. I make a motion that 1167 and 1172 be approved as approved in the Ops Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. No requests to speak. Please open machine. That motion to approve carries. Thank you. We're now bottom of page 8 under purchasing and contracting for the PEX committee. Item 2026-0915, cooperative agreement, open air structures with related equipment and services for use by Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs to obtain a viewing platform pavilion awarded to Romtech Inc., amount not to exceed $178,450.
Motion to defer to the September 15th BOC meeting with the stop in PEX.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Seeing no request to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Top of page 9. Item 2026-1058. Invitation number 2026-042 ITB, nuisance abatement and remediation services for use by the Department of Code Compliance and Enforcement to obtain services to reduce blight in the county, including abatement of vacant and abandoned properties. Recommended award to the overall lowest responsive and responsible bidders, Cascade Services, Inc. and Executive Realty Solutions, Inc. Amount not to exceed $450,000.
Motion to defer to 9:15 BOC meeting with the stop in PEX.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Middle top of page 9, purchasing and contracting for the PWI committee. Item 2026-0767, change order number 3 to contract number 1281318, and change order number 6 to contract number 1281319, sidewalks and roadways for use by Public Works, Transportation, Roads and Drainage, and Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs to obtain construction services to improve sidewalks, drainage, roads, bike lanes, multi-use trails, and curb and shoulders, seeking increase in contract funds and term through December 31st, 2027, awarded to Autoco Development LLC and DAF Concrete Inc., total amount not to exceed $2,165,000.
Madam Presiding Officer, move for action.
Thank you, sir. Item 2026-0939, renewal of contract number 2000420, curb bumping and street sweeping for use by Public Works, Solid Waste Management, and Beautification to obtain curb bumping and street sweeping services throughout the county, exercising first renewal option through August 31st, 2027, awarded to Pateco Services LLC, amount not to exceed $120,000.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to approve 2026-0767 and 2026-0939 as approved at PWI.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Terry. Thank you. Please open the machine. Motion to approve carries. There is now, just handed a substitute for the next item. We're on top of page 10. Item 2026-1010. Change order number 3 to contract number 2000167, CNG fueling station maintenance and repairs for use by Public Works, Solid Waste Management to obtain routine and on-call repair and maintenance services to the compressed natural gas fueling stations throughout the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through November 30th, 2027, awarded to Atlanta Gas Light Company, amount not to exceed $200,000.
Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to approve the substitute for agenda item 2026-1010, and I'd also like to invite staff to speak to that once we have a second.
Good morning, Commissioners. The substitute you have...
Can I get a second first, please? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Butler.
All right. The substitute you have in front of you is updating the commission districts that were affected, as was discussed in PWI.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Item 2026-1030, invitation number 2025-167 ITB, Seminole Road MSW Landfill 2026 Gas Collection and Control System Expansion for use by Public Works Solid Waste Management to obtain construction services for the expansion of the GCCS at the Seminole Road landfill. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Blue Flame Crew LLC, amount not to exceed $2,397,297.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion to approve 2026-1030.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Terry. You have requested to speak, sir. You have the floor.
Yes, very quickly, just wanted to acknowledge at the PWI committee meeting, we discussed with CO Williams about getting an update on the other contract for managing the existing renewable energy. So I think, did you say it was going to we're going to come back in October with that, or what was the timeline on that update?
I believe that was, Madam Presiding Officer,
Yes.
to the Commission. Yes, I believe October was our commitment, but we would work with the chair of PWI, and we're looking to do a really a comprehensive discussion on how we're managing the methane at the landfill.
Okay, and then just remind me again, because we approved that contract, was it 3 years ago at this point? Okay, so hopefully when we come back in October, we could have kind of I don't know if it's like a go or no-go decision.
Sure, we'll certainly have a status for you.
Because I know like the contract kind of, I guess, I don't know if it gets extended or how we manage that, but at some point, if we're not collecting the gas, we're sort of missing out on millions of dollars of revenue.
And you're speaking about the renewable
Yes.
energy facility, but we have a couple of contracts, and we'll
With
be able
Conyers.
to discuss all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Item 2026-1066, Commission District 3, Super District 7, request for qualifications, 2025-113, RFQ Design Services for Flat Shoals Parkway, SR 155, sidewalk from Columbia Drive to Wesley Chapel Road, PI number 00196222, for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain design services for the addition of 2.1 miles of new sidewalks on both sides of Flat Shoals Parkway to create continuous sidewalks, meet current ADA standards, and installation of a protected pedestrian crossing. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Atkins Realist USA, Inc., amount not to exceed $3,210,410.84.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion to defer this item until the September 15 BOC with a prior stop at PWI. And I'm just adding for record, this is being deferred because it's over $3 million, and we're waiting for Mr. Lavoie Campbell's team to come back with the audit review.
All right. Commissioner Terry has seconded. Thank you. See no request to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Top of page 11. Item 2026-1114. Commission District 5, invitation number 2026-058, application of herbicides at Pole Bridge Wastewater Treatment Plant for use by Department of Watershed Management, to obtain herbicide and application services at the Pole Bridge Water Treatment Plant. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidders, Optera Solutions, Inc. and ProWay Turf, Inc. Total amount not to exceed $300,000.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-1117, cooperative agreement, grounds maintenance equipment and related attachments for use by Public Works Fleet Management to be used by beautification to obtain 6 Kubota mowers with attachments awarded to Kubota Tractor Corp., care of Lashley Tractor Sales, amount not to exceed $169,375.50.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-1153, change order number 2 to contract number 1381109, design build services for Snapfinger Advanced Wastewater Treatment Facility, expansion phase 3B project for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain design services, furnishing, permitting, and constructing a UV system, seeking to increase contract scope of work, funding, and performance time, awarded to Morgan Contracting, Inc., amount not to exceed $394,309.31.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a motion to approve the following items. Agenda item 2026-1114, 1117, and 1153. And then I also want to make note that we did have some conversation at PWI about item 1114. There was some discussion on the hay as well as the herbicides, and a reminder to central staff as well as to the chief executive that we'd like to have this discussion back at PWI so that we can address some of the questions that were raised during the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Terry has seconded and requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Patrick is correct. We did discuss the herbicide treatment, but I think it also opened up the conversation about having a tour of Polbridge for either PWI or maybe just for anyone that wants to attend. I know it's in districts 5 and 7, so hopefully y'all will welcome us to your district. It is a countywide facility, but a really special place and quite beautiful, actually, with 300 acres of grassland, I think another 200 acres of about a forest buffer. So appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And then I did want to, just in case anyone from the public was following along, the agenda hadn't been updated from the special call meeting. So it says they were recommended for holding, but we did recommend approval, as you said. So just want to make sure.
Special call meeting held yesterday.
Yesterday, yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Bolton.
I just want to reemphasize, Commissioner Terry did remind us all that that's 5 and 7 for 1114, 5 and 7. I yield back.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, no other requests to speak. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve those items carries. We're now top of page 12. Item 2026-1165, invitation number 2026-004, asphalted concrete pavement repair for use by departments of Watershed Management, Recreation, Parks, Cultural Affairs, and Facilities Management, and Public Works, Road, and Drainage. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidders, A&S Paving, Inc. and Autoco Development, Inc. Total amount not to exceed $15,850,000.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion to defer to the September 15 BOC with a prior stop at PWI. This is an item, as you called out, well over $3 million, and this is something we're waiting for Mr. Campbell's office to give us his recommendation on.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Commissioner Terry is seconded. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Item 2026-1168, change order number 1 to contract number 2000222, roadway bulk de-icing for use by Public Works, Roads, and Drainage, which consists of the purchase of de-icing materials to make the sand salt mixture used to maintain the county's roadways, parking lots, and sidewalks. Seeking an increase in contract funds awarded to FM Shelton, Inc., amount not to exceed $100,000.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-1174, Kahua Project Management Information System Governance and Optimization for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain advisory consulting services for the implementation, governance, and effective delivery of Kahua PMIS awarded to SG Contracting, Inc., amount not to exceed $400,800.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1187, invitation number 2026-057, ITB, field verification and reporting of public and private service lines for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain services to verify and report ingress and egress water line materials. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Integrated Construction Management, Inc., amount not to exceed $1,263,625.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a motion to approve the following items: 2026-1168, 1174, and 1187 as approved in committee.
Thank you so much. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. No request to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. We're now top of page, middle of page 13, under Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, item 2026-1228, all commission districts to approve the 2026-2027 agreement with DeKalb County School Nutrition Services for $76,140 to furnish after-school snacks for the Department of Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, and this is a PEX item.
Motion to defer to the September 15th BOC to be heard in PEX.
Second.
Need your button, Commissioner Long Spears. Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Under Watershed Management, item 2026-1173, Commission District 1, Super District 6, water utility installation for upcoming City of Dunwoody project cost to the county not to exceed $2,894,225.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Terry. Seeing no request to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Item 2026-1183, all commission districts, United States Geological Survey 5-year agreement.
Yes, motion to defer to the September 15 BOC with a prior stop at PWI.
Thank you. Is there a second, please? Thank you. And before we vote, if I remember, Mr. Chair, on this item, there is a dollar amount over the $3 million for the county.
Yes.
If we could get the dollar amount in the title, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if we'll open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. And we are now on top of page 14. Items for decision by the board. Under Board of Commissioners, item 2026-1234, all commission districts to amend previously adopted agenda item 2025-0240 with an updated resolution to establish independent CIP monitor roles and responsibilities.
Yes, for purposes of discussion, motion to approve.
Seconded by Commissioner Terry, and that was motion to approve?
That's correct.
Okay. You hit your button to request to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So we had a discussion yesterday about the CIP monitor. Of course, this is a position or person that would come in and provide independent advice, I think is the right way to frame it, of what's happening with the CIP projects, and this relates to water and sewer in particular at this time. I think there was a good discussion. Unfortunately, Commissioner Terry left it a little bit early, so I had suggested at the meeting that because it was only 2 commissioners, myself and the presiding officer, that had recommended this to move forward, that we acknowledge that we do need to have some other stakeholders weigh in and perhaps have a conversation if necessary. Although I did make the motion to approve, I would be receptive to the idea of perhaps having either a CAL that speaks specifically to this, or have a special called PWI that would be convenient to all the commissioners, where we could have everybody at the table and have sort of the different questions be asked and make sure that expectations for the individual commissioners meets the intent that we had when we first put this idea together. And with that, I will yield back my time.
All right. And okay, go ahead, Commissioner Terry.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I had to leave a little early at another meeting, but I did review the packet that Central Staff put together, so I'm comfortable with the updates and changes. Mm-hmm. So if I was there, I would have joined you in recommending approval.
Understood. And no shame cast. Just I know we get busy and special calls, things that pop up unanticipatedly. So thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton.
I didn't get to attend that special call. I was hoping that the meeting I did attend, you guys would have been able to speak about it. I did send an email reply on August 19th with some of the questions and concerns that I had. Did you guys get an opportunity to discuss some of the commissioners' concerns?
So we did not, and I'm glad you mentioned that. We were sort of bumping up against time constraints yesterday, so Again, the committee, the two of us liked what we saw. I guess we've also heard Commissioner Terry said he was relatively comfortable with what was there. But this is a big discussion item, and it might be appropriate to say, let's bring it back to the COW or bring it back to a special call and have those questions answered as well.
Okay. It was a couple things I would like to discuss them, but I wouldn't say they are anything that could be a major holdup, but depending on how the conversation goes, commissioners may feel the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a problem with supporting the majority's decision, but I did have some concerns that I did want to discuss.
And to that point, we need to get this right. And so I think if there are concerns, even if they're small, minor questions, I think it's worth taking the time for that conversation.
Okay.
Do you yield, Commissioner Bolton? You still have questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, I yield back.
Commissioner Messiah.
Yes, and I think Cal would be great, just, to give a little 2 cents in terms of the opportunity to hear some of those concerns and address the same. If we could have those, and if you're amenable to Cal, that'd be great. I yield back.
Thank you so much. I believe, okay, so, Mr. Chair, your original motion is to approve. There's been 2 commissioners who would kind of, you still want to move forward, but still have a presentation.
Yes, and Cal, if you don't mind, but I'm going to move forward.
Okay. I will just call we ready to vote then?
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the things I realized we usually go through a checklist of questions, and I just want to, if I could call on the newly minted county attorney. This is just a true, your phrase, true to form. Your office has had a chance to review this, and is that correct?
We received it yesterday.
Got it
We have not
yesterday.
had a chance to
You have not had a chance to read it. Okay.
We will
So
work
let's
closely
defer.
with central staff to go over it.
Okay.
And address anything that needs to be addressed.
Okay. Again, because of the need to get this right, I'd like to change my motion to a motion to defer. I would suggest to the next COW, if that's appropriate, Madam Presiding Officer. That way, all commissioners can be present for the conversation. But that is my modified motion.
Your second stands, Commissioner Terry.
Second stands.
All right. Commissioner Davis Johnson has requested to speak.
Yeah, just briefly. And of course, I'm glad that this has come to the point where we are now. There was extensive conversation when I first introduced this. We spoke with ethics, we spoke to legal, we spoke with all of the commissioners on it. And so we're at this point, and I'm glad. And so I think that any questions that any of us have, hopefully, it can be addressed in the, hopefully can be addressed in the COW meeting, because we're like 8 months out or 7 months out. And so we need to start monitoring what's happening. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Please open the machine for the vote. Well, we need a certain date. I'm sorry.
When is the next COW? And is that?
September 10th is the
So defer to September 15th would be the voting meeting with the stop at COW.
If we could defer that,
Oh, you're going to miss one of
I'll
those.
be missing a couple meetings. September. Could we defer it to the September 29 BOC? And then have it at the, I think at the 22nd COW?
All right.
Let me just make sure about that. That'll work.
That works? Okay, thank you. So September 29th with a prior stop in the COW. the chair of the committee will be present. All right, thank you so much. Machines are open for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Under District 2, item 2024-0842, all commission districts, a resolution to amend the Board of Commissioners standing procedural rules, but this is an ops item.
Yes, based on the recommendation of the Ops Committee, this is our second reading, and I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Terry, you've requested to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I would like to request that in the spirit of consensus building and compromise, and also I think the intent of these rule changes to remove the I guess the 3-vote rule is what we're calling it, from this rule change. And the main reasons why I'm requesting this is, number one, well, a couple things. I'll start with one, just the general consensus and understanding that each commissioner is elected. For district commissioners, it's over 150,000 residents. If you're a super commissioner, it's 350,000 residents. And presumably when folks elected us, they thought that we would be able to introduce legislation to represent them. It has been the policy of the Board of Commissioners that any single commissioner can introduce legislation to begin that public discussion about policies, issues, funding items, anything really germane to what their constituents want. My concern with this 3-vote rule is that it basically turns what would be an open democratic process into an unrecorded pocket veto. Because what the rules are saying is that a commissioner needs 2 other sponsors. You need 3 commissioners, which is 43% of this body, before an item can even be brought to the public. But even in the rules that are being considered now, it says that before the law department or central staff can do their work, you need 3 commissioners. And so I would say, just on the grounds that if a commissioner wants the law department or central staff to help us work on ideas, it shouldn't take 3 commissioners just to even get to the point of deciding whether we want to discuss an item. The committee system, I think, is designed for those discussions to happen. I'm actually aware that the committees themselves can discuss items, at the leisure of the chair. So there is a way actually for there to be 3 votes to bring items to the agenda. That would be the committee could simply ask the committee members to bring that legislation forward and discussed in that committee beforehand. There were discussions about the legality of the rule change, and I think we've heard that legally the commission can enact its own rules, but just because you can doesn't mean that you should. We have acknowledged that there are some Board of Commissioners bodies in Georgia, that have a higher threshold. I believe it was referenced Bartow County requiring 4 commissioners before an item can be introduced, although their chair can introduce items to the agenda whenever they want. The rule change also is still preserving the ability of the CEO to introduce an agenda item whenever she wants. And then I guess the presiding officer also can still unilaterally place items on the agenda. So while the CEO and whoever the presiding officer is can add an item to the agenda unilaterally, it takes 3 of us under this rule change to introduce any items to the agenda. This is sort of like a multi-member pre-clearance situation, and it could be a good thing if tailored in the right way, maybe through a quarterly retreat process where the boards and committees work on ideas, and hopefully through that retreat process and a work plan, we can get to 2 commissioners, 3 commissioners. But it could be abused. There could be a point in the future where 2 commissioners, a district commissioner and a super commissioner, decide there's something really important to their districts, but the other 5 commissioners say, we don't want to deal with it. And so it basically prevents any one or two commissioners from bringing items to the board for consideration. I think also forcing the three commissioners to negotiate behind the scenes before anything can be brought to the public light basically creates this this danger of horse trading, where by the time y'all see anything that comes to our agenda, it's already basically been worked out. And even more concerning is if three of the commissioners are on the same committee, then now we have sort of just bypassed the whole committee process. The committee process was designed for deliberation. And finally, I think the other concern with this rule change is that the Robert's Rules of Order still preserves the right for a motion and a second to add an item to the agenda. And so what might end up happening is if two commissioners can't get a third vote, then the only way commissioners can bring it to the table is by bringing it to the agenda and forcing a discussion during a normal meeting to add an item to the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Longspears.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I have 3 points I'd like to make. One of them, I will ask the Law Department.
Can we get her time on the clock? There we go.
To come forward to the podium, and I may present a substitute motion. So my first point is the Law Department was sent a request by Commissioner Terry, and we had previously, I co-drafted, I guess, this memo to the Board of Commissioners, just expressing our concerns over this three-sponsor rule. I appreciate you guys very quickly reviewing that memo and then providing your legal opinion on what we submitted to the commissioners within the body of that memo. I have not had a chance to speak to you guys yet about it, because I believe you sent it yesterday, maybe afternoon or so, and most of us spend a good part of our Mondays getting prepared for today's meetings, plural, this one plus the committee meetings. My question to you, sir, is something that Commissioner Terry brought up about the presiding officer being able to add an item without the three-sponsor rule. I just kind of glanced at our presiding officer, and I think she's potentially not in agreement on that. Could you just expand? Is that something within that memo that maybe we didn't fully read into, or is that something you need to go back and think about?
Commissioner, what I'm comfortable doing is telling you what your standing procedural rules say right now.
Okay.
I'm not going to speak about, in this public forum, an opinion from the Law Department. I'd ask that we speak about that offline.
Sure.
But to respond from what your current rules say, as your commonly referred to Blue Book provides.
Yes, sir.
Under Part 1, Number 1, Presiding Officer, Sections E and F, I think, are what Commissioner Terry's referring to, and how that will work.
What page,
is
sir?
something that there are no page numbers. It's the first rule. It's the first page of actual rules, right behind the table of contents, if you will, even
Thank you,
without
sir.
page numbers.
I'm here. Go ahead.
So I'm just going to read it to you.
Sure.
E, determine the meeting agenda in the absence of a committee of the whole. That is a power that you've given to the presiding officer.
I think anyone's
F,
doing that.
have the discretion to add an item to the agenda after the committee of the whole, but prior to the publication of the next Board of Commissioners' regular business meeting agenda. Those two have been in place, I believe, since this book was adopted.
Okay, all right, so you haven't made any other suggestions or changes related to the presiding officer's role. As the PO last year, I remember I did have that privilege to do it. So thank you for that clarification. All right, the next comment I have is related to the purpose of the committee, thank you, sir, related to the committee structure. This was actually a suggestion made in email last year, and there, I believe, was some commentary through email about this new rule. So I don't recall when it was, but I believe it's taken a full year to kind of advance it forward. And my feeling on this is that the purpose of this committee structure, we have 5 committees. Each committee has 3 standing members on those committees, and then other commissioners are able to participate and attend those committee meetings, and after the committee members speak, that then they are able to also speak or deliberate, debate, opine on each agenda item that's being discussed within that particular committee meeting. So to me, the structure is already designed to have maybe not necessarily a vote, but a recommendation from 3 commissioners. So this new rule, in effect, has the pre-3 sponsor rule. Then it goes, once you get those 3 sponsors, as Commissioner Terry pointed out, 43%, then it comes to a COW meeting and determine which committee. Then it goes to a business meeting. And at that point, I know the presiding officer ask us not to debate or deliberate too much during the business meeting, but for it to actually go to the committee meeting for that deliberation, at which 3 commissioners make a recommendation. And that recommendation could be for approval, for denial, for withdrawal. It can also be tabled within committee if you don't get to that item, or if the committee chair really just feels like there needs to be more due diligence on the back end. So I am of the opinion that the structure we currently have in place is sufficient to deal with them. So my substitute motion, and Mr. County Attorney now, if you can make sure I make this correctly, is if we could please remove the 3 sponsor. So my motion is to remove the 3 sponsor rule from the overall vote of our Blue Book, our procedural rules, defer that for 30 days to the next, for the business meeting in 30 days, which would be September 29th. That is my motion. Substitute motion.
Second.
It was substituted, so County Attorney, that sounded like.
Is that good enough?
Efficient substitute motion? You didn't seem to object to any of that.
It didn't, but I want to be clear that what the practical effect would be is that you would have a first reading because you have to start over.
Mhm.
You would have a first reading of what you're proposing at the meeting in 30 days.
Understood, thank you. All right, there's a substitute motion seconded by Commissioner Terry, I believe. All right, Commissioner Bolton, you've requested to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. First, I want to say I am a supporter of the 3 co-sponsor rule that we're proposing for the Blue Book. However, considering what our colleagues have just communicated, I was thinking that a compromise could potentially be that committee chairs can add items to their committee. So not an individual adding to that item, and that's similar to the presiding officer having the ability to add and set for the COW. But so if a commissioner and the committee chair are both in agreement only for that committee, can an item be added at the discretion of the chair? And so this would preserve the committee structure and allow for a 2-person rule outside of what we have already proposed. And just sharing that as an idea, it has not been added, it has not been discussed. This is just something I was thinking for committee chairs to still have the authority over their committees, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Terry, your second opportunity.
Thank you. I think that is an interesting proposal, Commissioner.
Hold on one second, let's get your time right.
Oh, yes.
Should be three minutes, just a second. All right.
Okay, thank you. I think that is an interesting proposal. Were you saying that add it to the committee agenda or the board agenda?
Well, everything has to start with the COW and then be assigned to a committee, but essentially, yes to both.
Okay, so a committee chair and a member of the committee would be able also to add an item to the agenda as it relates to that committee?
Just to that committee. So if you wanted to add something to ERPS, you could either go the route and the 3 of you go, you and your 2 co-sponsors, or if the committee chair wants to have that item on their agenda, then it could be proposed.
Okay, but on the committee agenda only?
You can't do just a committee agenda the way we're currently set up, though.
Okay. Well, I think
it would be on the COW, but assigned to that committee. You're just getting buy-in from the committee chair.
The committee, okay, gotcha. Okay, so, well, I mean, I'd love to, I like what you're saying. I'd like to, can we defer this, because if we pass that, then we'll have to do another amendment, right? I guess that would be the next rule change.
Well,
So
this,
it's not conflicting.
I will say this is separate from the 3 rule. This was just in addition to. So not to hold up the vote today.
Okay.
So can I ask a clarifying question that might help some of this?
Yes.
So Attorney Phillips, just make sure I'm understanding this right. If we were to continue with the second read and approval today, but then we know there's additional items that are under consideration. And so with what Commissioner Bolton was just opining to, that could be a consideration in that next round, and it would just add to the rules that we would pass today. Is that a correct understanding?
As I understood Dr. Bolton, yes, that would be a new rule that would be added in the next round to supplement your process and extend it to committee chairs, if I followed her. We would work to make sure we articulate exactly what you envision.
Right, so that would allow for the original motion, we could move forward with what's before us currently, but knowing that we've already discussed that there are additional changes that need to come out of the Ops Committee and get consensus. So it sounds like this could be one of those items. Just wanted to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay. Well, I like where this is going. I probably still won't support the rule change, but would hopefully, if we can work out in a future ops meeting that addition, I think that would go a long way to helping address my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Long Spears, your second opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Let's get time on the clock.
Interesting idea, actually. So I just want to make sure I really clearly understand it, because I think there was just a little confusion with the back and forth. So what you're suggesting is this be not something we're voting on today, okay, but an additional rule that can be deliberated in the Ops Committee in the future. So let me make something easy up. So say we're suggesting that we change our blue book to purple or green, right? This is just an example. It would, let me think here. So let's just say that would be in the Ops Committee. So we are, the chair, somebody wants to change the procedural rule from blue, let's say, to green. So does that mean the person that wants to do that needs to go in advance to the chair of the committee and ask if they would support that rule? Okay. So let's say I'm suggesting to Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson that I think it'd be a cool idea to change it from blue to green. And I go to her and she says, I like that idea. And I'm not saying that you do or don't, but I like that idea. Mr. County Attorney, there's no problem with any kind of email correspondence discussing that through email?
You are allowed to communicate in writing.
Okay, cool beans. All right. And then she likes that idea. And so would you have to have, just based on what your suggestion is, the committee chair and another member of the committee, so that would in effect be 2 people making that recommendation? Or could it be the committee chair and then the person that's sponsoring it? So I don't sit on the Ops Committee. So is that acceptable for a non-Ops Committee member, a non-committee member, to partner with the chair, so that would constitute 2 sponsors of that?
Yeah, yes, if it's the committee, if you get buy-in from the committee chair, you just need that one additional person or any 3 commissioners.
Okay, all right. Well, it's certainly an interesting idea, and I would definitely love the opportunity to explore that further. Thank you so much. Yield back.
Thank you. Commissioner Messiah, your first opportunity.
Thank you so much, Madam Pio. And as initially hesitant as I was, I support us moving forward with this, particularly as Chair Pex, I've seen how legislation that hasn't been properly vetted comes before us, and It does not go into the legal department first. It is not something that's discussed with other departments. To be quite frank, it is utilized as political play and rhetoric. And what it does is it not only ties up, it makes difficult our work here as commissioners, it also sometimes inadvertently, and sometimes, to be quite frank, people do it intentionally, misrepresents and creates a confusion in the public. So to the extent, since we have a responsibility as commissioners, as long as we're not doing it like some of my colleagues here in adverse of open meetings, if there is a socialization and a brief discussion and you get support and garnish support, that just allows an opportunity for collaborative leadership and discussion around how we can make it better, tweaks that may need to take place beforehand, and therefore allows us to put more effective, more efficient legislation before us before we deliberate with the rest of our colleagues and then vote. So I don't see it as a stifling of anyone. I see it more as an opportunity for us to work collaboratively, put our heads together, and put forth legislation that is supported and more thought out. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Excuse me. So currently, the motion on the floor is a substitute motion, and I'm seeing no further requests to speak. So the substitute motion essentially was to remove the three-sponsor rule and then defer for 30 days. Is that correct, Commissioner Long-Spears?
Yes, ma'am, that is the substitute.
Okay, thank you. And that was seconded by Commissioner Terry. So that is what we'll vote on first. Please open the machine for the vote. The substitute motion fails. So now we're back to the original motion, which was to approve. And I forget who seconded that original motion. Commissioner Bolton. So if you can hit your buttons for me again, please. No, let the ops chair do it. Yeah. All right, so let's open that machine for that vote. The motion does carry. I will say that I did like the additional conversation, so I hope we can move forward with some of that additional conversation.
If I could just say something in response.
Commissioner Davis Johnson.
Right, briefly. Yeah, I would just like to say in response to that, to please, those that have questions, comments, input on the commission, please come to the ops meeting so that we can discuss it fully. Commissioner Terry is at just about every ops committee meeting in person. I think he had one teleconference ops committee, but I would just encourage everyone that has input into the items that we're discussing, not only in the Blue Book, but for the charter review, please come to the ops committee so that we can fully discuss them and they won't have to be discussed in the business meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Top of page 17, item 2026-0596, all commission districts, an ordinance to regulate the restraint and transportation of animals and for other purposes, and this is an ERPS item.
Move for action.
Move for action, yes, ma'am. Page 18, item 2026-0728, all commission districts, an ordinance to amend the code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 5, to regulate the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops.
Move for action, and with that, Madam Presiding Officer, on behalf of the ERPS Committee, I move to defer both item 0596 and 0728 to the September 15th BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Second. Oh, go ahead. You can take it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Long-Spears, you've requested to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Both of these items are a District 2 sponsored item, and I did want to acknowledge the ERPS chair for being gracious and allowing us to bring in speakers both virtually and in person to speak to these topics. One topic related to transient sales we have discussed several times now in a committee meeting. We do have the retail sales ban, which is one, I believe, coming up on a future ERPS agenda. So have you determined what date, Madam ERPS Chair, you guys will be hearing that item? Inquiring minds want to know.
We haven't worked it out yet,
Okay.
but we'll work out with you because I know you have another speaker. Is that right?
That's correct. That's why we're trying to start coordinating that. Awesome. Okay, very good. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. I see no further requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Thank you. Bottom of page 18, a District 3 item. Being handed a substitute for this. Item 2026-0550 to adopt an ordinance to amend the code of DeKalb County to address public safety, drifting, unauthorized camping, and certain public nuisance behaviors. And this is a PEX item.
Motion to approve committee with the additional substituted language.
Is there a second?
Second for the purposes of discussion.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Long Spears, are you requesting to speak, or is that a hangover from last time?
No, ma'am. I am requesting to speak, please.
Okay, thank you. You
All
have
right.
the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right.
There you
So there has been considerable dialogue about this item, and I wanted to address a couple of issues that have been brought to my attention. The first thing is that I gotta get all my papers organized. This huge stack all relates to this. Okay, this item has been active now since the spring, so it's been ongoing now for many, many months. The date of the previous version was dated June 9th, and I just had my office confirm that. On June 8th, we did receive considerable feedback from Dr. Alan Ferguson, our housing officer, and that was a email that was sent to me and then distributed to all of the commissioners, making several recommendations for the urban camping ordinance. I have limited time, so I'm going to read very quickly, and I will request a second time to speak. So the very first thing he requested is a title change to what you currently read on the agenda, to read an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County, Georgia pertaining to urban camping, encampment management, public access, and public safety, and for other purposes. He then also added 2 extra whereas statements that I wholeheartedly believe and agree with both of them. Whereas the Commission recognizes that homelessness is fundamentally a housing and service delivery challenge that is best addressed through access to housing, shelter, behavioral health services, supportive services, employment opportunities, and coordinated community resources. And whereas the purpose of this ordinance is not to criminalize homelessness or poverty, but to preserve public health and safety while connecting individuals to available services and housing resources whenever possible. The reason I elevate the addition of these 2 whereas statements, I believe that it has been all of our desire to ensure that our unhoused plan really syncs with our overall housing comp plan, and that it is a compassionate solution to the homelessness crisis that we're dealing with right now here in DeKalb County. He further goes on to revise the definition of camp. Camp means using public property for living accommodation purposes, including sleeping, storing personal belongings, erecting temporary shelters or structures, cooking, maintaining bedding materials, or otherwise residing in a location not intended for human habitation. And currently, none of the above is in the substitute ordinance that is in front of us right now. The next thing that he brought up was revising the prohibited conduct section. And again, this came from the administration. It did come from our Chief Housing Officer, Dr. Ferguson. He suggested we revise the language to read, it shall be unlawful for any person to establish or maintain a campsite on public property in a manner that materially obstructs public access, public infrastructure, or the intended use of public property. Shall be unlawful for any person to erect or maintain temporary structures that obstruct sidewalks, roadways, public right-of-ways, trails, parks, or public facilities. Thirdly, shall be unlawful to camp within designated environmentally sensitive areas, utility easements, flood-prone areas, transportation corridors, bridges, tunnels, active construction sites, or other locations designated by the county as presenting a significant health or safety risk. He has several other sections. I don't have time within the 8 minutes we'll have total. But the topics of exploration, which I don't believe we have fully explored yet, are strengthening our outreach requirements, adding vulnerable population protections, extending personal property notice requirements, and I will elevate that. He states here, written notice shall be posted at least 72 hours prior to the removal of personal property, except where immediate action is required to address a threat to public health, public safety, or environmental hazards. So 72 hours. The next section is personal property storage procedures, just ensuring that we do give at least a period of 30 days for those to be recovered from the owner. And then also around a progressive enforcement framework, which is really focused on outreach and engagement, opportunity for voluntary compliance, citation or civil enforcement action, and arrest only when authorized by law and after repeated refusal to comply. I bring this up because I do want to make us a substitute motion to defer this item for 90 days to be heard in the second.
Call of order.
Commissioner Masai,
I'm allowed to make
the
a
presiding
substitute.
officer.
Point of
I will
order.
allow her to make the substitute motion
Okay. Point of
outside of her
order.
time, as I would allow any commissioner to do. She can continue to make her. She can continue to make her substitute motion.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So, I will repeat. I am making a substitute motion for item 2026-0550 to defer this item for 90 days to the second business meeting in November. That date is November 17th, to give an opportunity for the PEC's chair to host a special called PEC's meeting or an opportunity for our law enforcement and public safety partners to come together to the same table to really discuss this and make sure we put an ordinance forward that's in the best interest of our unhoused citizens. Thank you. That is it.
Is there a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
Okay. So Commissioner Long Spears has made a substitute motion, seconded by Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Masai, you have the floor with your first opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. So, one, I want to address the fact that this is not a housing ordinance. As politically motivated as my colleague is here, sending several emails or having folks post on social media and calling this a ordinance to arrest the unhoused, I reiterate, this is not a housing ordinance. So it would be great and it would be appropriate for Dr. Ferguson and others that are focused on housing to weigh in specifically in and around housing if that's what it was about. But what it is specifically about is vagrancy and particular behaviors that are concerning to specific areas, I would say, inundated in District 3 in and around, South DeKalb County. And so it is about that and public safety, where I have seniors that are concerned trying to go in and out of in and out of grocery stores and gas stations that have a challenge with being able to do so. Additionally, we have laws that have come down when it comes to 295, where we have to address some of these concerns where it is difficult for folks to get into the right-of-way, cross streets. I don't know what it looks like in North DeKalb in certain areas where you are, but I will say, because that's where a lot of the emails actually came from, opposed to South, but it is an ongoing issue. Additionally, we have individuals that have, with 295, that unfortunately, we have the situation that has happened in Atlanta. And so to ignore that and not be proactive and preemptive in our work, I think, is to not necessarily do our job. This isn't about a political game. You've missed, we actually had public safety, which someone from the sheriff's office and from our police department spoke. You are absent. You actually deferred this already for 60 days. You were absent in the last discussion at the PEX meeting. So you're repeatedly absent for these conversations, yet you want it deferred for 90 days. You know, I can appreciate comments to improve, and to the extent that was your motive, opposed to just trying to kill it and make it into something that you want it to be, to create a platform for yourself, then that would have been fine. To send in, you know, comments and, hey, suggestive language, which, by the way, we did add during our last PEC meeting when we talked about trespassing. That language was particularly asked. Not all people that are unhoused want to be housed. And some folks are setting up encampments in unsafe areas. What we want to do is regulate and protect those individuals in addition to people that are trying to and affected by it. I yield back for my
Thank
second.
you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Patrick, your first opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Commissioner Spears, or Madam Chair, to my colleague, if you could forward that email one more time, I apologize. I did not read that. It did sound very on mark on a lot of things, but I would appreciate being able to read that.
Absolutely.
You know, we are in a situation where we have two people that are right, or we have two opinions that seem to be right. There is a concern with the homelessness, even up in District 1. Of course, we can remember some of the events that happened in Atlanta over the summer. At the Kroger at Chamblee Tucker Road, there is homeless folks that are coming up and engaging with people when they're coming back with their groceries. Again, Pleasantdale Road has a phenomenal amount of people that are panhandling, seemingly homeless in the area. We have tried, you know, cleaning up UPS. The property across the street is where everyone moved. We tried cleaning that up, and then they've moved down towards Evans Road is another area that we're having a lot of activity. Hearing reports of activities around Mercer's campus, hearing reports again about activity around Shallowford Road. So there is a concern. I too, or I should say back in 23, 24, put forward a resolution saying that we should find other ways besides arresting people. And I think that everyone up here agrees with the notion that jail does not fix mental health problems. And so that is a concern I think we all share universally. If you were comfortable with your motion to the October 27 BOC with a prior stop or stops at the PEX committee, I think that might be something, because I do like what was suggested by the director. But I recognize also we have what's happened at the state legislature, which is this notion that residents are empowered to sue the local authority, and that'll be DeKalb County, who's responsible for human services, as my understanding goes. And I just want to make sure that the county does have some level of protection to be able to present to a court that says, we have done something that suggests homelessness is a challenge that we're trying to address. We also have, of course, the HIB that was recently approved that I think is a phenomenal step going towards addressing that. But I would be comfortable with a shorter time frame, but a little more in-depth conversation on that topic.
So,
and one more thing to add, since I got my 2 minutes and 17 seconds. You know, it would be ideal also if we could bring back the joint statement that was prepared, I guess, from the CEO as well as the commission in this ongoing conversation. I yield back my time.
I'm clear, and I think we're all clear. You're asking, Commissioner Patrick, you're asking for a friendly amendment from the substitute motion that Commissioner Long-Spears made?
If she would consider that, I think that would be a...
May I respond, Madam Pio?
Yes.
So yes, I will accept that friendly amendment to October 27th, with you said a stop in committee or committees.
Yep.
So one question I do have for the sponsor of the item. And
So
then,
I'm letting you
Okay.
respond to that one piece.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do
But
that.
then you'll
I'll
get
include
that
the other
next
part in
one.
my follow-up.
Yes,
No
thank
problem. Yes, I accept your friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis Johnson, you had the floor next.
Yeah, I think that we're talking about a very complex issue. You know, it's not black and white, you know. And I understand what Commissioner Messiah is attempting to do. I understand some of the things that you're saying. But I'm going to tell you, I was at a service station a couple of weeks ago, and a lady got out of a car with a child, came up to me and said that they needed to get home. They didn't have any gas. Would I help them get gas? Da, 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 da. I went in the store, charged $10 worth of gas for her. And as I was walking out, I saw a man get out of the car, go into the store, and I went back into the store and bought a 6-pack of beer. And that is not the norm, but it happens where individuals are harassed, taken advantage of, manipulated. And so I think that something needs to be in place. Now, is it a compromise on coal and what Dr. Ferguson stated? I don't know, because it's compromised. I haven't really looked at it, but I think that you know, I don't see why a 30-day at the most, a 30-day deferral could not achieve what we're trying to do, and that is to make sure that we are not from housing, to make sure that we are not compromising the homeless, at the same time risking the safety of the public. So can I give a substitute? We got a first. Okay.
We only have the.
So I would give a friendly amendment, a second friendly amendment for a 30-day deferral rather than.
Let me make sure we can do 2 friendly amendments. Yes, Attorney Phillips.
As I followed, you had a motion from the sponsor, you had a substitute motion from Commissioner Spears. Commissioner Spears accepted a friendly amendment from Commissioner Patrick, and now Commissioner Davis Johnson is offering another friendly amendment. If Commissioner Spears accepts it, it can be accepted.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you for the clarification.
If the first proposer of a friendly amendment is comfortable with the 30 days, I will accept the second proposer of a friendly amendment. But I think he needs to maybe provide
I'm
feedback.
comfortable with that, and the idea of us being collaborative and working towards a solution,
Okay.
I think, is a good thing right there.
Okay, so if you're good with 30 days. All right, so yes, ma'am, I will accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you. Okay. And do you concede your time, Commissioner Davis Johnson? Yeah. All right, thank you. So still going on first round. So next for first round is Commissioner Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was at the last PEX meeting where this was discussed, and I believe Zach, Chief Padrick, was going to provide an SOP on how DeKalb Police would handle the enforcement of this ordinance. So is that been completed, or do they need more time?
Right, so that has not been completed. I believe that that was work that would be done post-adoption. We can certainly do it in advance, but I think the thinking was if the board adopts it, then we would have to put in place an SOP.
Okay. Well, I think it would be good for us to have a little, foresight. I'd hate to pass a law and then not know exactly how it's going to be enforced or implemented. I think all of us are concerned about all of the issues related to homelessness. Certainly commiserate with anyone that's been accosted or harassed. That does happen, and it probably happens a lot. But at the same time, we know that a lot of individuals are really struggling out there. And so, visits by the outreach team, visit by the crisis team, and then also visits by the police are ways to interact with individuals where the public is not equipped to deal with that situation other than, maybe buy them some gas or get them some water. Really what they're needing is, a level of service and wraparound, treatment that hopefully addresses the root issue that's involved. The FAB committee has been discussing this issue in particular, and I'll just throw out 3 numbers for everyone's consideration. I had brought this up before to the Board of Commissioners, but 700 people, 400 days, and $28 million. 700 people at any one time throughout a calendar year are in the DeKalb County Jail for a criminal trespass arrest, which means they were arrested on private property, not public private property, that also have a diagnosis of a mental health condition or a substance abuse issue. Because the State Department, DBHTD, has been behind on their evaluations, those individuals are in DeKalb County Jail for an average of 400 days. So earlier when we heard public comment about the cost, the Sheriff's Department, through Director Kareem Martin, the Chief Health Officer, has provided a number of $28 million that we provide to the Sheriff's budget to basically fund that census and that demographic. I think the reason why the SOP is so important is that, one, we already know that homeless individuals are being arrested for being homeless on private property. And it is resulting in, during a calendar year, 700 people that are in our care. We heard from Judge Jacobs, who actually shared with us that he's received these cases in state court and has given bail. Under state law, cash bail is required for a whole host of new offenses, including this one, which would be like a trespass. And even when he has set the bail at $1, individuals are not able to fulfill that $1. And of course, even if they could, once they're released, where do they go, as also was mentioned. I have been advocating for a new and expanded crisis center for going on 6 years now, Zach. We made the decision a couple months back to take the $15 million for mental health facilities and disperse it into other programs, not into the crisis center. So we're kind of at square one. But I think we have an opportunity to create a hybrid approach where we could have a crisis and diversion center that would allow 1013s and 1014s to be received. And so in other words, an officer that might respond to an urban camp on a public right-of-way or in a park would have the discretion to say, I will detain this person under a 1013, 1014, but instead of taking them to be booked into the DeKalb County Jail, which then begins the whole thing that I just talked about, they're going to the diversion center, and hopefully through that diversion center, they're getting treatment, they're getting temporary housing, and then as all of us up here have supported, we're trying to create a pipeline for more transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and just more housing of affordable varieties moving forward. So I think those few things are going to be important before we move forward on this ordinance.
Thank you, Commissioner Carey. So Commissioner Longspears, you're next for your second opportunity.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Madam Presiding Officer. I do want to express to two of my colleagues, Commissioner Patrick and Commissioner Davis Johnson, for recognizing the complexity of this issue and that we just need more time. All right. I was provided an analysis of the current urban camping ordinance, or at least the one prior to the substitute, which was sent to us via email yesterday. And there are several points that I wanted to elevate to the community. I am limited on time, so I will be brief and move quickly. The very first item does relate to the resolution for effective response to homelessness. 2024-1233 that was adopted in January of 2026. I believe that the substitute that was distributed may be addressing that piece, or that's the substitute piece, the addition to the substitute that was distributed to us today and then previously last night. The concerns there were recommending, actually, let me just skip through and I'll come back if I have more time. The second suggestion we'd like for the sponsor and this board to consider over the next 30 days is DeKalb's public safety capacity to enforce this legislation is severely limited, including space at the jail, as been previously noted by our sheriff. Point 3, DeKalb County and its unhoused service partners are currently dedicating numerous resources via the unhoused plan to follow through on the joint policy statement resolution by designing, coordinating, and launching a collaborative, systemic, service-based approach to reduce the number of unhoused families and individuals in DeKalb County. This ordinance will undermine the work being done before it can even be implemented, wasting the substantial county and service partner resources being allocated to it by replacing it with explicit criminalization and little accountability for the diversionary priority area already established by the Board of Commissioners. Point 4, the version of the legislation that has been in front of us since June, again, the substitute received last night, distributed today. This is the legislation before the Commission has no substantial modifications since being introduced, despite clear desire from county departments and stakeholders to do so. I did read comments from Dr. Ferguson. I also have comments from Director Mitchell as well. The result of adopting this ordinance will be a fully contradictory set of vague and unaccountable directives, forcing law enforcement to interpret and navigate competing goals. Number 4, proposed legislation does not consider the real-life impact of its enforcement on unhoused persons or how it could exacerbate conditions causing people to be unhoused. I'd like to leave you guys with this. Director Mitchell did state in an email that, in his opinion, the current urban camping ordinance, which was received on June 8th.
Spears, the timer didn't go, but
okay.
you are.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, Commissioner Messiah for your second opportunity.
Thank you so much. Again, I just reiterate, this isn't a focus on attacking the unhoused in a housing ordinance. This is more to address certain behaviors that pose a risk of public safety. I'm not certain why, many times it's being reiterated, and the opportunity over the last 60 days, most of the PECS meetings that my colleague here in opposition has missed, there's been plenty of opportunity to make suggestions for changes that, and to discuss and accept the fact that this is not focusing on jailing the unhoused. As with any issue related to trespassing and the like, our officers are afforded opportunity to use discretion. It doesn't mean that people have to go from 0 to 60 and go to jail, or that they have to go to jail at all. So this idea that it's jailing the unhoused is grossly misleading and incorrect. There is a difference between panhandling and vagrancy. So some people do panhandling, as what Commissioner Davis Johnson had suggested. Sometimes people are down on their luck and are at the gas station and just need a couple of dollars. However, and they will ask and accept a no. However, there are some people that will stay at a particular location and harass individuals and make it difficult for them to just go into their local gas station to get gas in the morning. And to that, what we want to do is make sure we're addressing the opportunity for our officers who realize that, and the folks that have an issue with it, to say it is creating a safety challenge for me, and I need it to stop, please. Again, this is not an attack on housed. I wish that my colleague here that's in opposition was at our last PEC meeting, because that joint statement was included. It's in paragraph 4. And that comes specifically based on the conversations that had been had with our the folks from our sheriff's department, from our police department, and also being present in our PECS meeting. And so not participating and just standing on the idea that it's attacking the unhoused and trying to jail the unhoused is misrepresenting the situation, and I think that it should stop. We have to address this concern. We don't want what happened in Atlanta to unfortunately happen to another person, and we want to be in compliance with what's being requested and mandated, to be quite frank, from HB 295. This is affording our officers to use discretion as they do always. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Terry, your second opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zach, can you update us on how many members of the outreach team, or how many outreach team, I guess, staff do we have currently that covers unincorporated DeKalb County?
3 plus Ronald.
Yeah, I want to say 4 off the top of my head, Commissioner, but I'll double check.
Okay.
And then there's some with Frontline. I don't know that number, though.
Okay. So I think that one of the other concerns with the implementation of the ordinance is if an officer responds to a situation, then do they have a place to send someone, or can they call in, the crisis team, Claritel, the outreach team? So in other words, it's not treated as a crime, it's treated as we're responding to a situation that someone is concerned about, right? Someone is acting erratically on the sidewalk, or maybe they put up a tent on the sidewalk and we don't know what's going on. Officers might respond, but then, is the backup there to say, actually, we don't need to send someone to jail or arrest them. We have the day center, we have Frontline, we have other things that we're working on that can intercede. So it's, in essence, it's a co-responder model.
Right.
So that's kind of what I'm looking for from the administration in response to this ordinance.
Sure.
If this passed, would there have to be an expanded co-responder system? Would we have to have more outreach team members? Because I assume right now, if someone wants to report an encampment, is it your advice that they call 911? Do they call 311? Do they email commissioners? How would the average person
Right. I
respond?
think a 311, or we have an outreach number. I couldn't recite off the top of my head, but between our team in community development and Frontline, I think those would be more appropriate for the encampments or the person who looks as if they need help. And our system is designed fairly well for that. And we do have our staff who will go out, or Frontline staff, and offer assistance. That works well when one accepts the assistance. Mm-hmm. It's when they don't accept the assistance, it's more complicated.
Yeah, understood. And I think that's where I think a lot of folks, including myself, have concern with the ordinance, is that other jurisdictions that have implemented similar laws, my research shows that they do in fact incarcerate more individuals. And so we're just trying to follow the data and the evidence. When urban camping law bans are passed, more people are arrested, and that's exactly, I think, what we've all agreed that we don't want to see happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Davis Johnson, your second opportunity to speak.
Yeah, so, I'd like to just state once more that the housing problem is not just a housing problem in DeKalb County. It's a housing problem nationwide. The mental health problem is just not a problem in DeKalb County. It's nationwide. I mean, this is something that the federal government started, and the local governments are having to deal with it. So it's not fair to put that problem on one person or even this commission. But this commission must deal with it as it affects DeKalb County. And that's what we are trying to do. Take the politics out of it, take the publicity out of it, and let's deal with it. Mental health if you don't take, and I do family law, if you don't take your medication that you are prescribed to take, you can't force it. I have it in my family. If you don't take your medication, you can injure someone. You can kill someone. You can maim someone. Now, you can talk about it in the abstract until it happens to you or your family member. So, like I stated, it's complex. It's something that we have to deal with. It's something that was put upon us with no funds. In fact, the federal funds that they had for both housing and mental health is taken away, has been taken away from us. So this is not a district problem. This is a national problem. And if we treat it like we should treat it, with compassion, with humbleness, with understanding, then we should be able to come to a resolution that is going to keep the public safe and also is not going to jail the homeless for being homeless. You know, so that's my final thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson.
Madam Presiding Officer, point of procedure, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It has been elevated that by the sponsor that this is not a housing issue, that it's a public safety issue. So she doesn't have to respond now. I just wonder if the chair of our Public Safety Committee would consider hearing this item in IRBS. Thank you. Yield back.
We will take that into consideration and talk about it offline. Thank you very much. So I just want to confirm, I believe the second friendly amendment was accepted for a 30-day deferral, Commissioner Longspears. So does that mean September 29th? I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yes, ma'am. September 29th with a stop in a committee that'd be willing to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that is the motion on the floor. Attorney Phillips.
I want to make sure the substitute item
Yes,
is what's being deferred, right?
Yes. With the second friendly amendment, 30-day deferral, September 29th with a prior stop in committee. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Thank you very much. So we have two more items I'd like to get to and then break for a working lunch. We have executive session to discuss litigation. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Phillips. So top of page 20, item 2026-1216, District 3, budget amendment to increase the general fund for recreation, parks, and cultural affairs, Sugar Creek Tennis and Golf to address the lighting and retention wall for the third tennis court, amount not to exceed $800,000.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1219, Commission District 3, budget amendment to increase the general fund for recreation, parks, and cultural affairs for Port of Sanford Performing Arts and Community Center to address required equipment improvements, an amount not to exceed $79,000.
Move for action. Motion to defer agenda items ending in 12:16 and 12:19 to the September 15 BOC meeting as it was improved in PECS. But I think that it was also at one point discussed in FAB as well. The FAB chair was there present. And PECS, are you fine with this just being in PECS, and is there more discussion that you want to have or and around it?
I think we were, thank you, just real quick, I think we were waiting on Zach and TJ to come back to the FAB committee on just sort of the budget sources, or the funding source, I should say. So I think where we're at now, PECS has recommended approval. It's now in FAB for, the next step in the budget process. Okay. So we'll be happy to hear that this afternoon if the administration has any updates on their end.
All right, thank you. So the motion is to defer till September 15th.
Correct.
With a prior stop in FAB.
Correct.
Is there a second? Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Patrick. And that's for both items. Please open machine for the vote. Thank you so much. If I can get a motion for executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Hit your buttons, and that is for litigation. Please open the machine for the vote. We are in executive session and is a working lunch. Thank you.
Aye.
Good afternoon, everybody. If I can get a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
We need header buttons, ma'am.
Oh, second.
All right, thank you. Voting is open. Thank you so much. We are back. There was no action to be taken out of executive session, so we will continue. We are at the bottom of page 20, a District 6 item, but it's in PEX. Item 2025-0015, all commission districts. An ordinance to amend the code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 16, pertaining to regulation of sound and for other purposes.
Move for action.
Thank you, ma'am. That moves us over to page 23. Item 2025-0017, all commission districts. A resolution to create an electric landscape maintenance device rebate program to encourage switching from gas-powered landscape maintenance devices and for other lawful purposes.
Move for action, Madam PO. I move to defer agenda item ending in 0015 and 0017 to our September 15th BOC meeting. It is still being held in committee. Wait for the sponsor to make some final decisions before we move this along and bring it to the rest of the board.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Long Spears. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. We are now page 25. Item 2025-1525, all commission districts. An ordinance to amend the code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 25, pertaining to water, sewers and sewage disposal and for other purposes. This is a FAB item.
Motion to table.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer. If you'll help me remember to take it off the table, if we can open the votes. Commissioner Davis Johnson. Okay, that's okay. It still carries. All right, now page 27. It's also a FAB item, item 2026-0158. Super District 6, a resolution to establish the DeKalb for the People Dividend Fund and Fiscal Stability Policy. I think we need to table this one as well.
Motion to,
Actually, I grabbed the motion on that. Give me a quick second. I have the recommendations for FAB, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, we're on 27.
Yeah, so it looks like it was recommended holding in committee.
So the committee recommendation for the August 25th meeting, which is today, is to defer to the September 15th BOC meeting and will be heard in FAB today.
Thank you. Can I get someone to second that, please?
second.
Thank you. All right, that is a motion to defer. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Item 2026-0244, all commission districts. A resolution requiring an independent third-party health environmental study of data centers and their possible impact on DeKalb County, and Board of Commissioners review of the study before DeKalb County's data center moratorium can be lifted. This is in PEX.
Yes, motion to defer to September 15th BOC meeting. It is still in committee to be heard again today.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please hit your button. Thank you, ma'am. Please open the machine for the vote. I mean, we're getting real efficient with just the women, I'm just saying. I had to say it.
Keep hurrying. Hurry. They'll be back.
I know. Okay, sorry. Top of page 29, item 2026-0769, all commission districts. A resolution requesting the administration establish independent civilian oversight and auditing for DeKalb County's digital shield initiatives and surveillance infrastructure. This is an ERPS item.
Yes, ma'am. I move to defer this item to the September 29 BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Second.
Thank you. Open the machine for that vote, please. And bottom of page 29, that motion carries. Item 2026-0982, all commission districts. A resolution urging the administration implement the specific recommendations outlined in the DeKalb County Racial Equity Study as adopted in 2025. And this is PEX.
Thank you so much. I believe it was supposed to, we had discussed withdrawn the administration started implementing specific recommendations and provided those to us from the study. And at this point, I think we were comfortable with the implementation since our colleague and sponsor of the urgence is here. Is there anything else that you wanted to add to that in terms of recommendations for this item?
So we're on the racial equity study item.
Yes, I think CO Williams presented all the things that are being done.
We don't have a motion, so we probably need a motion before we discuss that.
Motion to withdraw.
Yeah, I was going to say motion to withdraw.
All right. Now, if you would like to discuss, you're welcome.
Yes, so Mr. Williams, at the committee meeting, you laid out all of the things that are being done as it relates to the study, so thank you for doing that. It's very comprehensive, really appreciate that, and thank you to Commissioner Larry Johnson and Commissioner Messiah for being champions for these really important issues, and I look forward to seeing the next steps of the community inclusion manager. Yeah, that's the right name for it, and when that person comes online. Are y'all already, you're actively searching for that position? Yes. Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Long Spears.
Thank you very much. Since this board is recommending withdrawal of this item, Mr. Williams, would you mind coming to the podium and just telling the public why you suggested this was our best course of action and what, and we're very grateful, the administration is doing right now to carry this work forward?
Yes, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, to Commissioner Long Spears' question. We feel that, one, we don't need a specific resolution. The fact is those elements of the racial equity study that was completed a couple years back, the administration is actively engaged in implementing. So we just didn't deem it necessary to have an urging resolution or something to discuss things that are happening. So we have posted things on the website that allows for employees to gain additional information. We've implemented training, and as Commissioner Terry mentioned, we're actively pursuing the hiring of an inclusion manager who will assist in these types of activities. So the work is ongoing. We're embracing the tenets of the original study, so nothing further was needed.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to withdraw carries. Middle of page 30, item 2026-0218, all commission districts to establish regulatory oversight of blasting operations in DeKalb County through the adoption of a controlled blasting and safety ordinance to promote public safety, environmental protection, and community stability, and for other purposes.
On behalf of the ERPS Committee, I proudly move to approve item 0218.
That's my second.
And you are also the sponsor, right?
Yes, District 5 and District 7. Can you give her the honor of allowing her to have that second?
I was actually pushing my microphone, thinking I was pushing that. My apologies.
Thank you so much.
Especially since I had to listen to her so much.
Thank you so much. Attorney Welch, welcome back.
Thank you, I think. Apologies, but law needs a little additional time to look at this item. There is one cross-reference included in this item to the sound ordinance. The sound ordinance is being heard, as I understand it, in PEX and will be up for consideration shortly. We'd like to make sure that that cross-reference matches whatever changes may or may not be adopted to the sound ordinance. So we would ask that this item be deferred. Let sound move first, and then we'll move this in conformance with that as quickly as we possibly can.
We talked about that.
So that is something that came up in committee, and it only makes a reference, but it doesn't speak to any of the sound regulations. So the reference should support the item, regardless of any changes that may be made.
I think our concern is in part that it makes a cross-reference that may not exist depending on what the final version of the sound ordinance actually looks like. So we want to make sure that there's full consistency between the two provisions.
Okay, let's remove it, and then we can come back and amend the ordinance.
Remove the reference.
Yep, remove the reference. We've been waiting for months on another piece of legislation. That is not under the jurisdiction of the ERPS committee. Or amend the language to say if a sound ordinance is approved.
Or exists.
Or exists. Blasting is currently happening.
Obviously, the board can do as it chooses. I would again recommend that our review be provided before it be adopted. I apologize for the delay. I don't know why the red line didn't make it to you all, but we do have suggested changes to this item that we would like you to consider before adopting it.
Suggested changes specifically for the reference.
To be frank, this item isn't even in ordinance format. We had formatting suggestions, we have language suggestions, we have multiple suggestions. I apologize, I've been out for multiple months. I can't tell you why the red line didn't get to you. But we have suggested changes that we believe you should consider before you adopt it. If you choose not to do that, we will recommend an amendment to conform.
I'm gonna turn off my microphone for a quick second.
All right, I will go to Commissioner Terry. He's requested to speak.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So you sent the red line just to Commissioner Bolton, or you sent it to all of us? Or you have not sent a red line, is what you're saying, but there is one.
To the best I can determine in my review of my emails, the red line has not been provided to you all.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Understood. Commissioner Bolton, does your motion stand?
Okay. I'd like to table the item, and if you could forward that, so if I can see if those changes are significant.
All right, so you're amending your motion to table.
Yes, please.
It's your second stand. Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to table carries. Page 31, item 2026-1132, all commission districts consent to the sublease and modification of portions of the Kirkwood Mental Health Center, Clifton Springs Mental Health Center, and Winway Mental Health Center under contract number 13800971 with the DeKalb Community Service Board doing business as Claritel Behavioral Health to Genoa Healthcare LLC for use as pharmacies, and this is PECS.
Motion to approve, as it was approved out of committee.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Now, top of page 32, item 2026-1214, a supplemental resolution approving the issuance of the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia, taxable revenue bonds, Housing Investment Bond Program Series 2026 in the aggregate principal amount of to be determined for the purpose of funding the Housing Investment Bond Program and authorizing the execution and delivery of an intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement between the county and the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As we told you last FAB, we'd be coming back with the bids that we received on Friday. We're happy to report we received 8 bids, which is very good. From 15-year to 20-year maturities, actually a couple 25s, but we selected a 20-year maturity with Regions Bank at 5.77, so which we're very happy with. And if you have any questions.
Yes, and so we are being handed the substitute.
You're being handed the substitute, which is the agenda item with the appropriate numbers filled in.
Yes, so I'm going to reread it to make sure we're all clear.
The
So-
resolution with the numbers filled in, and also the IGA with its correction.
Thank you so much. So this is the substitute for item 2026-1214, a supplemental resolution approving the issuance of the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia taxable revenue bonds, Housing Investment Bond Program, Series 2026, in the aggregate principal amount of $25 million for the purpose of funding the Housing Investment Bond Program and authorizing the execution and delivery of an intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement between the county and the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia. Commissioner Terry.
Madam Presiding Officer, motion to approve the substitute. And then I have a question.
All right.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Long Spears. You have the floor, Commissioner Terry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Atkins, I guess I was looking for like the sheet with all the other bids on it.
We can.
Is that something?
I can provide that to you.
Okay, I was just curious about what the other bids were.
I can tell you they range from about the 15-year from about 5.41 to 6.45, but there were items like puts and mandatory tenders and things that that affected our decision.
All right, between you and Director McNabb, I want y'all to translate what those words mean.
Well,
all these other bids came with a bunch of strings.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right.
This was the lowest cost considering how we normally call bonds. It has a 10-year par call.
Okay.
So the likelihood is interest rates will be lower in 10 years when those are callable than they are right now. And so we anticipate that we would refinance these bonds at 10 years. Mm-hmm. And this was the option that had the lowest interest rate and the most flexible ability. Yeah, it was clean with about a bunch of, we're going to calculate the cost of capital kind of thing.
Okay.
The interest rates may seem a little high to you, but that's because it's a taxable bond issue instead of tax exempt.
Okay.
Okay?
Gotcha. Okay. All right, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Masai, your first opportunity.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of quick things, and I think this would be more Dr. Ferguson was in attendance a little earlier. Don't see him here, but I see we have as Exhibit A7 the Transitional Housing and Extended Stay Hotel Program. They were supposed to be the same in terms of vehicles. It's supposed to be the Road to Home transitional housing as well. Don't see that as a part of this. So it seems like COO may be able to speak to that. And then I have another question in terms of the eminent domain.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner, could you
Williams.
say the last part of your question again?
There's the Road to Home program. So I see we've included
Right.
the
Okay.
Road to Home as a part of Exhibit A7, the transitional housing for the extended stay. So the motel to home, but the Road to Home is not included.
Here's what I would say, Commissioner.
Yes.
So in this bond issuance, we did not list all of the programs. However, they will all be funded. You approved separately the program document that indicated all of the programs. So nothing has changed. We're not doing any of those. It's just that in this bond document, we did not go through and list every single one.
No, and I could appreciate that response. And to the extent that we plan on using any of the bond proceeds for a particular program, then that would need to be something that will be made a part of this, since we're going to effectually get a bond as a result of it. Now, I get that we can, as long as we go through the process, allocate funds from a bond to something else that's in similarity, and there's other different considerations in and around a bond. But, specifically, if we're going to spend, funds related to it, then it would be listed as well. And this is something that I've asked on and reminded on a number of occasions, and was even willing to present a separate agenda item, and was advised, and I see Dr. Ferguson coming down right now, was advised that opposed to doing a separate agenda item, that it would be something that would be a part of this. So I really want to know how we are going to effectually ensure that it is something that's a part of what we're doing. And I was leaning on the administration as to the best, route to. So, yeah, I'd really like to make sure
Dr.
that's
Ferguson
clear.
can certainly come up, but I believe with the adoption of the other item that lists the programs, that's the assurance. But Dr. Ferguson, would you like to add anything? Did you hear the original question?
No, I did not. I apologize.
I'll reiterate, as Exhibit A7, Transitional Housing, Hotel, Extended Stay Hotel Program, so the hotel to home, I'm looking for my road to home. This is, I was advised, as we were going to do a separate agenda item related to it, that it would be a part of. We have something specifically outlining as it relates to the extended stay hotel to home. Just looking for where my road, my road to home is.
Yes, absolutely. So we are currently working on your Road to Home project. Actually, I'm working with DeKalb to issue an RFQ. I'm expecting that RFQ for vendors to go out in September. There will be a separate budget item that we're going to bring to the board, along with a number of other budget items regarding affordable housing and homelessness, that we're going to bring to the board for your consideration in September. One of the reasons that we're kind of bifurcating that activity is that for funding that comes out of the housing investment bond, we try to the greatest extent possible, use those for capital expenses, assets and things of nature that are going to last long term. And then for service-related expenses, we want to try to lean into the existing budget that we have for the Affordable Housing Fund to fund those activities. So you'll see a budget item for the services component for Road to Home come before you in September. And we're poised. We drafted the RFQ. We're just waiting for a couple of different administrative steps for DeKalb to get through before we can issue that RFQ for vendors to participate in that program.
And I can appreciate that in RFQ. It sounds like we do need a separate agenda item. So if you wouldn't mind getting with my office, Mrs. Atwater, so that we can work together to make sure that we do what we were going to do before, which was present a separate agenda item, was just leaning into what was suggested initially, and it seems like we're going to end up going that route.
Yeah, absolutely.
With that, I yield back.
Thank you so much. I am seeing no further requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. And this is for the substitute. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Congratulations. That's very good. Okay, middle of page 32, item 2026-1224, all commission districts, the renewal of a contract with the Urban League of Greater Atlanta for the operation of the DeKalb County Water and Sewer Customer Assistance Programs.
The FAB committee did hear this, and the motion is to approve.
Second.
Because it also went to PWI. Thank you so much.
Oh, and PW, yes, it was.
Seeing no requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Bottom of page 32, item 2026-1190, application of the Director of Planning and Sustainability to request the Board of Commissioners approve a resolution for renewal of the service delivery strategy for DeKalb County, Georgia, and this is in PEX.
Thank Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It says ERPs and PECs, actually.
Right.
It was PECs.
Yeah. And so we need to make sure that we have an opportunity to discuss this more in PEC. So I know that Shannon is out presently. John was here from someone. Make sure that it gets on so that we can be able to hear it. So then my motion is to defer to the September 15th BOC. Actually, we need the September, what is that? Is that what's after the 15th?
29th.
The 29th, with a stop in PECs on the 15th.
Madam PEC's chair, what if this is a pretty big type of conversation? Would you be amenable to a presentation at a CAL?
I am.
Okay. And we can work to get that scheduled before then? Yeah. Thank you then. All right, if you hit your buttons for me. And then was there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Commissioner Terry.
Yes, I thought this was time sensitive.
Yeah.
I seem to remember Rachel saying they wanted to get this, I guess, done in September, so I guess it probably is fine to defer it, but what was remind us the time?
Right. I believe by the end of September, we need it adopted. So if we're going to bring it to the next committee of the whole meeting, I think we're okay.
Okay. All right.
And I'm amenable to, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm amenable to modifying. I know there was additional information that we were looking to receive. I don't know that all of the committee, if that's been distributed to us at this point. But I mean, if the administration, if you guys are fine, and if it's going to come before Cal, then I don't have an issue. But you know, I'm amenable if we need to consider something different here.
And I would add, if I may, that I think it's a broad topic that newer commissioners haven't quite delved into, and that we'll be delving more into later on. So even if a vote on this specific thing is done, if we can get a presentation to just understand the process, I think would be helpful.
As a matter of fact, you know, what could be of value if the board were even to vote today on this.
Yes.
And we can talk about future negotiations of service delivery strategy, because ultimately there's going to be some long-term policy decisions to be made in terms of what services we will and will not provide in the future that we're already committed to here, but we may not want to be committed to in years 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Right, and I think it's a conversation that it's better to start that early if we all understand.
Absolutely.
So I would also be amenable to approving or whatever you guys decide, but at some point having a presentation.
Then I definitely want a presentation, so we can get that on the Cal, then that would be fantastic. And then I'm amenable to amending my initial motion to a motion for approval, and it's still, you know, upon receipt of that additional information, and it seems like the additional information will come in the form of hearing in a Cal.
Second stands.
Second stands, okay. And so we're actually on Commissioner Terry's time.
Okay. No, no worries. I just, I think the only questions I had about what we were approving was more just sort of the different, like, code notions for each of the millage rate. I think TJ was going to try to break out the millage rate for each of the services for the cities. That's just for more for our information purposes. But I certainly support the idea, Madam Presiding Officer, just talking about the SDS strategy holistically at a future date, because I think you're right, Zach. There's longer term discussions that have to be considered.
Absolutely. There's certain services we're going to really want to evaluate, but. So, yes, if the board approves this, we can still get the millage rate information. We should be able to get that. TJ, in the next 24 hours? Okay, we believe it's been sent. Right, yeah. Yeah, we believe it's been sent, but we could resend.
Please resend. Thank you. You yield, Commissioner Terry. Okay, Commissioner Patrick.
Just for clarity, we are voting to approve this now?
Yes.
Okay. And then have we talked about what Cal we're wanting to have this presentation come back to?
No.
No, okay.
I'll make sure you are available.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Now that there's not quite as much time sensitivity to it.
Right.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right, seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote, and that is to approve. Motion to approve carries. Thank you. Top of page 33, this is Public Works, Roads, and Drainage. Item 2026-1046, accept the funding from the Georgia Department of Transportation for the FY 2026 Local Maintenance and Improvement Grant Program, and this is the supplemental grant.
Based on the recommendation of PWI, motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Thank you so much.
And Madam Presiding Officer, if we could just ask staff to come up and reconfirm that dollar amount for the grant.
Yes.
If there's someone here for talk to that.
She's
Okay,
coming.
perfect.
We got it, man. Take your time.
Good afternoon. That's
afternoon.
$5,267,000.
Thank you, Peggy. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. We are now under purchasing and contracting for the ERPS committee. Item 2026-1008, renewal of contract number 2000349, background screening services for use by the Department of Human Resources and Merit System to obtain pre-employment background screenings, exercising first renewal option through September 30th, 2027, awarded to HR True Check, Inc., amount not to exceed $689,375.
On behalf of the ERPS Committee, I move to approve item 1008.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that second, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Item 2026-1049, cooperative agreement, public safety and emergency preparedness and related service for use by fire rescue to obtain multi-user hardline communication system, handheld gas detector, and portable air distribution box, ratifying previously issued purchase order awarded to Safeware, Inc., amount not to exceed $215,467.
I move to defer item 1049 to the September 15 BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Second.
Thank you. Please hit your buttons. Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Top of page 34. Item 2026-1050, change order number 1 to contract number 2000518, emergency ambulance services for use by the Department of Fire Rescue to obtain comprehensive 911 ambulance services, seeking to revise the contract start date to July 1st, 2026, and increase contract term through December 31st, 2031 to allow vendor their full performance time period, awarded to Metro Ambulance Services, Inc., doing business as American Medical Response, contract term increase only.
I move to approve item 1050.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Purchasing and contracting for the FAB Committee. Item 2026-0839, RFP number 2025-048-RFP, Financial Advisor Services for use by the Finance Department to obtain financial advisory services in connection with various financing transactions and programs, awarded to Public Resources Advisory Group, amount not to exceed $1,167,000.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. We are awaiting some more information from the purchasing department. So before I make my deferral motion, will we have it today, or do we need to wait till the next FAB meeting?
Well, our intent was actually to discuss in the FAB meeting a probably 30-day deferral.
Okay,
We can do that here, or we can do it in FAB.
Okay, okay, so 30 days will be,
September 29th,
what was it?
September 29th,
Sep-
roughly 30,
September 21?
29th.
Oh, 29th, okay. Yes, all right, that sounds good. All right, motion to defer item 0839 to the September 29th BOC with a stop and fab in the meantime.
Second.
Thank you so much. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Top of page 35. Item 2026-1144, change order number 2 to contract number 200521, upfitting of government-owned emergency response vehicles for use by the Marshal's Office to outfit 10 new vehicles, seeking increase in contract funds awarded to Dana Safety Supply, Inc., amount not to exceed $302,400.34.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. This was heard in FAB and recommended for approval. So at this time, I move to approve item 1144.
Second.
Thank you for your second. If you'll please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Middle of page 35, purchasing and contracting for the Ops Committee. I'm getting a substitute, thank you. Item 2026-0989, change order number 2 to contract number 1343032, software and ancillary services statewide contract for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain software licenses and technical support to cover all new and existing Microsoft products utilized by the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through August 31st, 2029. Awarded to SHI International Corporation, amount not to exceed $18,872,779.77.
Motion to approve as approved in the Ops Committee,
The substitute.
the substitute. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Motion to approve the substitute.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Patrick. I am seeing no questions. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Item 2026-1121, change order number 1 to contract number 1367915, light bulbs, fixtures, lamps, and ballasts for use by the Department of Facilities Management to obtain light bulbs, fixtures, lamps, and ballasts for upgrades under Health Centers project, seeking increase in contract funds awarded to Summit Lighting Solutions, amount not to exceed $1,111,100. So many ones. Sorry. $1,111,163.
Move for action.
Thank you. Top of page 36. Item 2026-1125, change order number 15 to contract number 1147259, elevator, escalator, and walkway maintenance and modernization services and related solutions for use by the Department of Facilities Management to obtain monthly preventative maintenance, inspections, testing, and modernization of the county's elevators and associated equipment at Richardson Health Center and West DeKalb Mental Health Center, seeking increase in contract funds awarded to Cone, Inc., amount not to exceed $1,248,462.64.
Move for action. I make a motion to approve 261121, 261125 as they were approved in the Ops Committee.
Thank you. If you'll hit your button, and is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Terry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Zach, on the 1121, the lighting contract, did they complete the cost savings analysis, or can they? Since we're switching out light bulbs, the energy savings and.
Yes, so each time we do upgrades in facilities for the lighting, we definitely assess the current lighting and see if we can upgrade it to the new, more modern LED lighting. So that's what I suspect all this lighting is going to be.
Yeah, that's right. But I think, we talked about it in the committee, but y'all were going to do just a like
The anticipated cost
it's like
savings per facility?
the payback time, because it's $1 million, so how long will it take for us to get that money back and the savings we'll make?
Right, we will provide that. I don't know that we have that currently, but if, we'll get it to you as soon as possible.
Okay.
We're looking actually to do an assessment of
Just
a
to-
number of facilities to do exactly that as
Yeah.
we move forward with some investments through our sustainability chief.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Davis Johnson.
And it would just be good if you just gave an overall assessment of the savings.
Yeah, absolutely. Cost savings
Yes,
initiatives,
yeah.
whether it's lighting, plumbing.
Yeah, and when you get that, if you could get with me, and
Absolutely.
we could just have a discussion.
Present it at ops.
In ops.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. You yield? Thank you, ma'am. Please open the machine for the vote. That motion to approve carries. We are now purchasing and contracting for the PEX Committee. Item 2026-0802, change order number 1 to contract number 1347014, Geographical Information Systems Enterprise License Agreement, sole source, for use by the Department of GIS to obtain the use of proprietary software that allows the county the capability to create publicly accessible GIS apps, dashboards, maps, to deploy software, and is fully integrated into other departmental workflows and business systems, seeking increase in contract funds and term through November 13th, 2029, awarded to Environmental Systems Research Institute, Incorporated, amount not to exceed $3.9 million.
Move for action.
Yes, ma'am. Top of page 37. Item 2026-0844, change order number 1 to multiple contracts. Change order number 2 to contract number 2000041. Change order number 3 to contract number 200037, architectural and engineering services for Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, for use by the Department of Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs to obtain an on-call architectural and engineering design services, seeking increase in contract funds awarded to American Engineers, Inc., Columbia Engineering and Services, Inc., Foresight Group, LLC, Jericho Design Group, LLC, Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., and WSP USA Environment and Infrastructure, Inc., total amount not to exceed $3,297,250.
Move for action. Madam Pio, I move to approve agenda items ending in 0802 and 0844. They're both over $3 million, but they have gone through audit.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Is the second standing? It's flashing
I'm
on our
having some
screen.
weird thing occur, yes. IT?
Like, she was sure, but her button's not sure.
Okay, it's a little disco ball or something.
Well, let's just try opening the machine for the vote. It's not. It's frozen. We're doing so good.
Substitute. All right, reduces the amount from 5 to 3.2.
There we go. Disco ball has stopped.
Thank you, sir.
Here we go. Motion to approve carries. Thank you. So now we're at purchasing and contracting for the PWI committee, top of page 38, and we were just handed a substitute for item 2026-0197, change order number 2 to contract number 1280028, SCADA controls and instrumentation for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain SCADA software systems management services at water and wastewater treatment plants within the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through July 31st, 2027, awarded to Tesco Controls, Inc., amount not to exceed $3,280,000.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion to approve the substitute.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. That is a good savings. I will note that the original item had it at $5 million and then the substitute at $3.28 million.
That's why it's the greatest show on earth.
He had to get that in. He
And
had
the
gotten that in
savingest show
yesterday.
on earth as well, you know.
Please open the machine for the vote. Thank you. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Item 2026-0774, change order number 3 to contract number 2000105, Technology Product Solutions and Related Services for use by fire rescue to obtain dash cam equipment through the competitively let County Omnia contract for the purchase of dash cam equipment, related accessories, licensing, and installation for emergency vehicles, seeking to add the Department of Watershed Management to the contract and increase the contract funds to purchase dash cam equipment, related accessories, installation, and 5-year license awarded to Carasoft Technology Corporation, amount not to exceed $1,580,587.45.
Move for action.
Thank you. Top of page 39. Item 2026-0854. RFP number 2025-117, RFP Design Build Services for Scott Candler Water Treatment Plant, demolition and new clear wells and high service pump station for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain design, construction, and commissioning of the new Scott Candler Water Treatment Plant awarded to Ruby Collins, Inc., amount not to exceed $233,810,423.
Move for action.
Thank you. Item 2026-0861, change order number 5 to contract number 1301520, on-call water and sewer services for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain on-call water and sewer installation, repair, and emergency response services throughout the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through June 30th, 2027, awarded to GS Construction, Inc., amount not to exceed $18,179,733.15.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to approve the following items: 2026-0774, 2026-0854, 2026-0861, and then I do have a comment.
All right, if you'll hit your button, is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Hit your request to speak, Commissioner Patrick.
Oh, already did. All right.
And you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I just want to let everybody know or call attention to this large item that we just approved, or potentially will be approving, for $233 million. This is a significant investment, as it says, demolition and installation of new clear wells. This is to ensure that water continues to flow within DeKalb County. And this is starting up at the top where the water starts, with the expectation, obviously, it makes it all the way to the bottom of the county. These investments are large, but they are also reflective of the 10 by 10 that this board voted on last year. It is important that we ensure that future generations of DeKalb County residents have access to clean, fresh water, and the notion that whether you're on the north side or the south side, you're entitled to clean, fresh water. And good water pressure also, I think, is what's important to go with this. So I just want to call attention to that particular item, Madam Presiding Officer, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. PWI Chair. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve those items carries. Top of page 40. Item 2026-0949, Commission District 3, Super District 7, RFQ 2025-039-RFQ, Design Services for Michelle Obama Trail Extension from South River Trail to Flakes Mill Road for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain design services for North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail at Waldrop Road to Flakes Mill Road near Narvie Harris Elementary School. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., amount not to exceed $4.1 million.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion to defer to the September 15 BOC with a prior stop at PWI. This is currently under review by Mr. Campbell's Office for Audit, and we just want to make sure we get it right.
Thank you, sir. Hit your button one more time. Thank you, Commissioner Terry, for the second. Commissioner Messiah, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam PO. I just have a quick question, because my understanding is there was already $3 million from $3 million that actually got appropriated, and this was also to Waldrop Road 155, and it was federal money that had been received. So can someone speak to that $3 million, and if it's, thank you so much, Kingsbury, coming for it.
While we're waiting on Mr. Kingsbury, we are getting close to when committees were supposed to start, so we will revisit that. We still have a few more items to get through. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, there's a typo on that agenda item. It's the South River Trail. It's federal aid from Waldrop Road to Flakes Mill Road, and the SPLOST dollars will be the local match. So it's a full federal aid project. That's why the cost is so high. It's full PDP, environmental, right-of-way, design drawings. So the federal aid's intact. This is the local match using SPLOST $2.
SPLOST 2. So we'll make sure that typo is corrected. And right now the motion is to defer, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Messiah?
No, it's just so I can understand, it's a match of $3 million, because I know that $3 million, and so it seems like it's a match and then adding another 1.1, or just trying to understand there.
The total is $4 million, correct?
Okay, all right.
SPLOST plus federal aid.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Item 2026-1041, change order number 5 to contract number 1258006, Stormwater Master Plan for use by Public Works, Roads and Drainage to provide stormwater master planning services, seeking increase in contract funds, scope of services, and term through June 30th, 2028, awarded to Arcadis US, Inc., amount not to exceed $2,229,900.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Terry.
I got it.
Got it. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Under Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, item 2026-0974, District 3, Super District 6, to fund the operation of the Center for Hard-to-Recycle Materials, or CHARM, a recycling program with Live Thrive, Inc., located at 1225 Columbia Drive, Decatur, Georgia, 30032, parcel ID 15-200-02-001. Move for action. Thank you, ma'am. Item 2026-1175, Districts 1, 3, 5, Super Districts 6 and 7, a resolution to commit to the implementation of park improvement projects for the purpose of and to authorize submission of applications for grant funds to the Georgia Department of Natural Resources of the Land and Water Conservation Fund and for the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program, lake and dam renovation projects at Exchange Park, located at 2775 Columbia Drive, Decatur, Georgia, 30034, parcel 15103-01001, Chapel Hill Park, located at 4002 Lehigh Boulevard, Decatur, Georgia, 30034, parcel 1503508-005, and Davison Arabia Nature Preserve, located at 7162 South Goddard Road, Stonecrest, Georgia, 30038, parcel 16143-01004, and Pleasantdale Park Improvement Project, located at 3650 Pleasantdale Road, Doraville, Georgia, 30340, parcel 16143-01013.
Move for action.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 2026-1179, District 4, Super District 6, a resolution to commit to the implementation of an outdoor recreation project for the purpose of an authorization and to authorize the submission of an application for an outdoor recreation legacy partnership grant through the Land and Water Conservation Fund for improvements to Toby Grant Park, located at 593 Parkdale Drive, Scottsdale, Georgia, 30079, parcel 18046-01049.
Move for action, Madam PO. I move to approve agenda items ending in 0974 1175 and 1179 as they were approved out of MPEC's committee.
Thank you so much.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Patrick. Commissioner Terry, you've requested to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Zach, just a quick question. So we did talk about the funding source for the operation of CHARM being the Parks Department, but I think you had indicated that in the future it would be under sanitation. Is that still the intent for the next funding round?
That is.
Sorry, okay. And so I know Parks, is Parks leasing it to CHARM, or it's a lease, right? Is that what's
I
the
believe we
arrangement?
own the property, I mean, are we leasing it to
Right,
Charter?
we own it and then releasing it to CHARM, okay.
I believe so.
Okay, so just,
Yes.
so, and sorry, we don't have to spend too much time on it. I just wanted to flag that I think the other 4 acres is still sort of up for, I guess, debate on what will happen with it. And I know the
Final use?
Yeah, and I know at one point it was going to be soccer fields, but since Belvedere Plaza has been kind of invested in through the tax allocation district, this might be a good time to engage, with all the commissioners in this area and the neighbors, because I think at one point it was supposed to be like a charm, like a farm and charm
Right, a
thing.
community garden.
But if we're going to do a different direction, we should kind of either update the neighbors or at least just, do a reset on that. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Bolton.
And if we could update that agenda item, Belvedere Plaza is in Super District 7.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. So if we can now open the machine for that vote. Commissioner Terry? Motion to approve carries. Thank you. We're now top of page 42, under Solicitor for the State Court, item 2026-1211. All commission districts will be impacted. The Solicitor General's office requests to assume the lease for the vacant office space at 160 Claremont from the District Attorney's Office as of September 1st, 2026. The cost will be approximately $106,000 for the remainder of 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second on that motion to approve. No request to speak. Please open the machine for a vote. Motion to approve carries. Item under Watershed Management, item 2026-1180, District 2, Super District 6, Agreement for the Construction and Financing of Sewer Upgrades with PPF Amley at 750 Commerce Drive LLC with a contribution of $168,500.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you so much. And please open the machine for the vote. We have that motion carries. We have 2 items to take off the table. One is on page 25 and one is on page 30. We'll start on page 25. If I can get a motion.
Motion to untable item 2025-1525.
Second.
Sorry. We're so close. Item 1525. Because you hadn't pulled your FAB notes yet. Commissioner Terry hadn't joined us yet. Hit the buttons again. Please hit the buttons for that motion to reconsider that item. Commissioner, hit your button.
Oh.
And who seconded that item? Thank you. Now if we can vote. Thank you. There we go. All right, motion to reconsider or to take the item off the table. So that is item 2025-1525, all commission districts, an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 25, pertaining to water, sewers, and sewage disposal and for other purposes. And this was a FAB item.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for missing this earlier in the meeting. Yes, we are discussing this with CO Williams and the Urban League to figure out a good kind of different pilot program, Zach, for the water debt repayment program. So we will continue those discussions in FAB. Let's defer this to September 29th BOC meeting, just to give us a little bit extra time over the next couple of FAB meetings.
Second.
Motion and a second to defer to September 29th with a prior stop in FAB. Please open machine for the vote. That motion to defer carries. Now we're going to page 30, and that was for item 2026-0218. So if I can get a motion.
So moved. Motion to untable.
Second.
That was the last one.
Hit your button. The item is 0218 on the bottom of page 30. All right, hit your button again, ma'am. Your motions. And your second, please. Oh, please open machine for that vote, and then I'll read it out again. All right, this is item 2026-0218, all commission districts to establish regulatory oversight of blasting operations in DeKalb County through the adoption of a controlled blasting and safety ordinance to promote public safety, environmental protection, and community stability, and for other purposes.
Okay, and I appreciate you sharing that email with the red line version, and for my colleagues for tabling until the end of the meeting. I'm gonna go ahead and make my motion and then do my comments. My motion is still to approve because, I'm sorry, we need a second.
I do need a second. Thank you, Commissioner Davis-Johnson. Commissioner Bolton has requested to speak. You have the floor, ma'am.
The red line version, all of those suggestions were accepted by the board. That's what we're voting to approve, what's in the red line that you sent to us today. So, and just about all of those come from fire, and we've had conversations with fire before we sent it to legal and thereafter, so we were aware of those suggested changes.
All right, Attorney Phillips, did you need to address anything?
Commissioner, I understand the position you're in. I will make sure you get a draft we can approve before your next meeting, and every one of your colleagues does, if you are willing to defer this to the next meeting. If you are not willing to defer this to the next meeting, we will submit to you what we would ask you to adopt as a substitute. But those are the two options that we can offer you. I publicly apologize that we're in this space.
Okay. Can they, go ahead.
You want to concede your first opportunity to speak and let Commissioner Messiah speak?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Messiah.
This is what we'll do, and what I can commit to doing is that we ensure that we make a definitive decision out of PECS. And so I'm saying this along with my PECS committee members and looking for their solidarity in doing this, because I hate the idea that it's holding up the potential for your agenda item to be able to move forward. You know, we have been in earnest, a bit of a standstill in terms of the sponsor, and it was split in terms of the decision how we were going to move forward. And I know that the law department is prepared with language either way for either route that we specifically go. So what I can commit to doing is urging that my committee members, that we come to a specific consensus so that we can have at least a language direction, if it's not withdrawn, to be able to provide you so that we can make sure that we're able to vote on it coming up. And with the support of my committee members, because I'll need you as well for us to make sure that we have a definitive decision coming out. I yield back.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's connected to a PEX item. Yes. Yes.
The sound ordinance has been, we've been voting on, is holding it up, and the specific language that's going to go into and help drive this particular agenda item, is predicated, on, or her item is predicated on that specific language and what recommendation that we utilize, whether we're going to, just that direction where we've been trying to decipher which mechanism is going to be used, and the conditional approval out of PECs for that language. And so that's been essentially the holdup where law has been wanting that and needing that in order to give a final recommendation for her language. So again, we're going to hear that item today, and I'm going to hold my colleagues' feet to the fire in either making a definitive decision or withdrawing it so that we're not continuing to hold up this particular item. I yield back. Thank you.
I apologize. What is the motion on the table right now?
Currently, it's to approve.
To approve. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Davis Johnson.
Well, I would just like to say, and we've said in executive session, welcome back, Matthew. And I would not say that this item is contingent on the passage of what they do in what they do on the noise ordinance. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would not say it's contingent. And we have spoken on this item. We've been through these discussions for several months. But I would just say this, in deference to Matthew, who's just coming back, to give him an opportunity to review his red lines and speak directly with you. I would just make I don't want to do a substitute, but an amended motion just to defer it to the next meeting. Because, County Attorney, this is not dependent on what happens with the noise ordinance. It's just a reference.
There is a reference. I would like to stay away from substantive concerns.
Right, okay.
And we will address those privately with Dr. Bolton.
Yeah,
But
I think so.
the one thing I am comfortable saying is we think there are revisions needed so that we can approve it as to form. I've apologized to Dr. Bolton, and I apologize to the whole body that didn't happen before today. And I'm committed to make sure that happens for you before the next meeting, and everyone gets it with your approval so that it can be voted on in the next meeting.
And that next meeting would be September 15th. Do you yield, Commissioner Davis Johnson?
Oh,
Are you accepting the friendly amendment, Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Terry, you requested to speak.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I think one question I think that is related to the two different ordinances is the question of plainly audible versus decibels. So I assume that's part of your review, is that we're not saying one in this one and another sort of definition. That's what we've been discussing with the noise ordinances, plainly audible versus decibel. Presumably in this one, we want it to align with the right enforcement mechanism.
May I?
Yes, please.
I want to clarify a point that Attorney Welch offered this body earlier today.
Yes.
Until we adopt the noise ordinance, that reference is misplaced. In the absence of it, we have a reference without anything that is on the other side of the reference. I'd like to stay away from any further substance out of respect for Dr. Bolton, and we will give her either as a proposed substitute if this is adopted today, or before the next meeting, so it could be adopted and not needing a substitute later, all of the changes we recommend. And I will make sure that happens, Dr. Bolton.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so you accepted the friendly amendment, so now the motion is to defer until September 15th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And your second stands, Commissioner Davis Johnson. If we can reflect that. And open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. And that was our last item. Before we jump up, I need to talk about committee times. What times are committees?
2:30 for FAB.
2:30 for FAB, all right?
And 3:30 for PEX.
All right, thank you so much. If I can get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Hit your buttons. Thank you, everybody. Do we have a lot on our agenda? That shouldn't be too bad, right?
We want to do the audit assessment report. So that should be about it.
That's going to drag it out.